Chapter 1078. On the other hand, Huayuan monk was proficient in another supernatural power, Buddha's celerity. Buddha's celerity was also known as divine state or Rui mastery. With Rui mastery, one could do anything as he wished. For example, he could drill through the sky, move mountains and seas, turn beings into soldiers, summon the wind and rain, and ride on the clouds. Most importantly, he could use his clones to travel around unpredictably. Simply put, a monk who was proficient in Buddha's celerity was the swordsman among monks. They were proficient in the art of traveling freely. Compared to a swordsman, the only thing they lacked was a sword. Instead, they used various Buddhist techniques to replace it. They might lose the refinement of the sword, but they had the breadth of the Buddhist Dharma. It was hard to say which path was better or worse. Compared to the other two monks, Yerang and Hongguang, their approaches were quite different. They took the pragmatic approach, using their supernatural powers as their foundation and the basic Buddhist magic as their offense and defense. Yerang and Hongguang, on the other hand, took the approach of emptiness, focusing more on the state of Tao. What they focused on was the mysterious path of the illusory and the combination of the Buddhist doctrine. There was no difference in who was better or more orthodox. It was just a difference in direction. However, when it came to dealing with a swordsman, it was widely acknowledged that the path of emptiness was more specialized. This was because in terms of pragmatism, whether it was Buddhism or Taoism, who could compare to a swordsman who spent his entire life studying killing? However, Hongguang had already been eliminated. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Yi Hang was at the third position, and it would take some time for reinforcements to arrive. It was risky to let the two of them fight the swordsman head-on. After all, this was a swordsman who could defeat Hongguang. There was no doubt about his strength. The difficult part was that this sword cultivator was determined to charge towards the fourth position. It was obvious that he wanted to jump out of the 4 seasons barrier after fusing with the fourth position. In any case, for a Daoist, obtaining 1 season eye was already considered a success. There was no need to obtain all 4. Therefore, they had to fight him. They couldn't let him succeed. The Buddhist sect's arrangement this time was basically a success. Now, they were only left with this last tremble. No one was willing to be defeated by a mere person. The two of them were of the same mind. They knew that the best way now was to fight head-on without showing any weakness. They couldn't afford to be defensive all the time just to wait for Yi Hang's reinforcements. That was a taboo in battle. Although the ultimate goal might be to wait for Yi Hang's return, the process of waiting was a watershed to judge a cultivator's insight and ability. For experts like them, when there was no one to help them, they would go all out. Only in this way could they display their full strength, and not because they had someone else to rely on. The two monks were very clear that if they were to think too much during the battle with the swordsman, they would be courting death. As soon as the flying swords appeared, the derivation divine ability was activated. Although there were hundreds of thousands of sword lights, all the sword traces were recorded in one's mind. This was almost impossible for ordinary people. The number and power of the sword river, as well as the exclusiveness of killing in the perception of the divine sense, made it impossible for people to look directly at it. However, with the celestial eyes, none of this was a problem. It was just that his heart connection couldn't be used in a short period of time. He needed to come into contact with it in battle. Furthermore, heart connection wasn't his main cultivation. Not only was this divine ability difficult, it was also selective. It was useless against cultivators whose realm was higher than his. This was also the reason why he mainly cultivated the celestial eyes and supplemented it with heart connection. There were too many restrictions. On the other hand, Monk Huayuan leaped and disappeared without a trace. His real body and doppelganger intertwined in the void, making it impossible to distinguish between the real and the fake. This was a real doppelganger, one that could think and execute the same dharma. Although there was only one, it was much stronger than the pure illusion of the other cultivators. Lu Xiaoyi's sword Qi River swept in and his body disappeared without a trace at the same time. With just a touch, he knew that he had bumped into 2 tough bones. The only good news was that there weren't 3 of them. Buddhist divine arts practitioners weren't easy to deal with. He had met quite a number of practitioners with divine arts. However, Buddhist divine arts were a cut above others in terms of pretentiousness. They were higher than similar divine arts of Taoism, such as body cultivators and soul cultivators. Because they were few in number, they were extremely precious. Why did one ask for divine arts? The root of the problem was greed. Cultivating based on one's heart was extremely harmful. There wasn't anyone in the world who didn't want to ask for divine arts, but they didn't know the nature of divine arts. Thus, they cultivated blindly, causing harm to themselves and others. The divine arts of humans were related to one's nature. For example, there was fire in a lamp, and fire had light. If the fire didn't emit light, it wasn't without light. The problem was that there was no obstruction, and it was covered by the 7 emotions and 6 desires. People didn't understand divine arts, so they used transformations as divine arts, which was a huge mistake. Transformations were illusions, and they were similar to techniques. They couldn't be used without a basis, but divine arts were different. There were 5 sources of connection and the level of power. The first was demonic connection, the second was reporting connection, and the third was relying on connection. These 3 were called connection in fake name, but in reality, they weren't. Thus, they didn't know the truth, and they were bound to change. The 4 divine arts, the first was heavenly eyes, the second was heavenly ears, the third was other heart, the fourth was predestination, and the 5th was divine feet. Although they were called divine arts, there was a truth. There was only one kind of connection, and it was also the highest realm of connection. It was to connect all the leaks, and not to connect all the leaks. This wasn't something that Bodhisattva or Buddha could set foot in. Only Bodhi could explore it. Judging from the attacking methods of the 2 monks, they belonged to the orthodox methods of Buddhism, and there was nothing special about them. However, under the contrast of the marvelous divine abilities, their ordinary and mediocre attacks were able to bring out the unique effects of the ordinary, decaying, and miraculous. At first contact, Lu Xiaoyi immediately felt that they were different. To him, there was another factor that he had to consider. Would there be a 3rd monk coming to his aid? If there was, then there was a high probability that he only had a few minutes, which was the flying time from one intersection point to another in the 4 seasons barrier. Fighting against these 2 monks, merit was useless, because they didn't cultivate merit. This, on the contrary, aroused Lu Xiaoyi's competitive spirit. As long as there weren't any weird things from Buddhism, who would his flying sword be afraid of? It wasn't all bad news. Because they had to prevent Lu Xiaoyi from getting too close to the 4th point where the season eye was formed, the 2 monks didn't dare to stray too far from this place. To a cultivator, a point in space was a matter of teleportation. Because of this, the 2 monks divided the work. Le Yu stood firmly in this position, not straying too far from the left and right. Because of the power of his heavenly eyes, he could accurately judge Lu Xiaoyi's flying sword's momentum, strength, sword trace, momentum, Tao state, transformation, and combination. Nothing was missed. It was also because of such accurate and detailed judgment that he was able to make the most targeted defense, the most effective and the most complete. Even if he was forced to defend a single point and had a limited range of movement, he was still able to defend himself in the end. For a cultivator in such a state, no matter how strong his defense was, it was basically impossible for him to defend himself against a swordsman like Lu Xiaoyi. Le Yu was able to do this not only because of his heavenly eyes, but also because the begging monk had attracted too much attention from the swordsman outside. Chapter 1079. Attacking one of them was the best way to deal with a 2-man siege. The question was which one to attack. The advantage of placing the breakthrough point on Lung was that he wouldn't dare to move around. He could only bear the brunt of the attack. The advantage of attacking the monk was that he could prevent Lung from helping him. The reason was still the same. Lung couldn't leave so easily in order to prevent him from occupying the position of Season Eye. Comparatively speaking, he was more inclined to break through Lung's defense. The other monk was too strange. He couldn't differentiate between his real body and his doppelganger. Even if he used the Karma realm, He couldn't do it because this monk didn't practice karma. With 2 targets, his attack power would be divided. He couldn't attack in one go. To attack Lung, he had to create the illusion that he was attacking the monk. It required a certain amount of preparation and a reasonable attacking position. In order to deceive the 2 experienced veterans, he had to make a lot of things seem real. He wasn't worried that Lung's defense was impenetrable. Compared to Hongguang, Lung's defense was just a basic Buddhist technique. His foundation was solid, but he lacked Hongguang's casualness. Liao Yin could indeed see through his tactical arrangements and combinations, but so what? Seeing through and blocking were 2 different things. When the flying sword's attack power completely exceeded his ability, he wouldn't be able to block it even if he could see through it. Lu Xiaoyi's sword aura river flowed freely as he flew around. His attacks began to focus on Lung, while his figure began to chase after the monk's real body and doppelganger. He needed a window of time, even if it was 2 or 3 breaths. Le Yu was having a hard time defending because the pressure was increasing on his body. This was easy to understand. He couldn't move easily. This was also their only weakness. The swordsman's sword was heavy, heavier than expected. It wasn't just the fact that he had more sword aura than a swordsman of the same level. The sword aura was many times more than a normal swordsman, and the strength of a single sword was many times stronger. His Dao realm energy could circulate freely, and the combination of sword techniques was easy to grasp. When all these were gathered together, he didn't need any tricks to crush his defense. He finally understood why Hongguang had failed. If he were to face this swordsman alone, he would still lose. This was no longer a problem that could be solved by the so-called divine ability or secret technique, but an all-around suppression. A guy who had just reached the middle stage of Yuanying was crushing them. The swordsman's offensive prowess was well-deserved. He wondered where this guy had popped out from. There was no such powerful sword vein orthodoxy in the dozens of nearby universes. Senior brother Liaoyin, sword lunatic has the intention to attack you. Because you can't move away, I will try my best to hold him back from the outside, but you have to be careful. I think he still has some strength left. Huayuan monk reminded. Liao Ying agreed with his judgment. Don't worry, I can still hold on. There was a way to deal with a temporary outburst. But you also have to be careful. This lunatic might also attack you. The pressure he is exerting on me is just a cover. There's a benefit to attacking you. I might not be able to help you due to the distance. Both of them were very cautious. In the face of a great enemy, even the slightest bit of carelessness could lead to disastrous result. Their divine ability was indeed powerful, but the direction of their divine ability was in support. Against a spell cultivator, their divine ability was very targeted. But against this sword lunatic in front of them, who appeared and disappeared unpredictably, with a long river of sword aura that was both offensive and defensive. In front of such an opponent, their attacks were slightly mediocre and lacked uniqueness. There were countless branches of Buddhism, and they focused on countless things. If one chose to use supernatural powers, they would lose a lot. For example, the sturdy Buddhist kingdom and the application of Buddhism's Tao realm meant that there were gains and losses. It was also something that cultivators could not avoid. It was the same for Taoism, and the sword range agreed. In order to restrain him, they still needed Yi Hang's arrival. In Le Yin's perception, a large portion of the sword lunatic's hundreds of thousands of sword aura had been transferred to his body. This caused him to almost completely give up on counterattacking. At that moment, the Dharma form's 1,000 hands danced wildly, and countless Buddhist weapons circled around. The Buddhist chants from his mouth were majestic, and his golden body became increasingly sturdy. Just as he was in a tight spot, Begging Monk had no choice but to increase his efforts to restrain the sword lunatic, even at the risk of danger. Begging Monk's 2 bodies revolved around each other, one real and the other separated. During normal attacks, one in the light and one in the dark, one in the front and one in the back, one real and one fake. This was also the safest way to battle. If one body was in danger of being killed, he could use the other body to pull it back with ease. But now, in order to reduce the pressure on Le Yin, he had no choice but to attack with both bodies. In a flash, the sword lunatic's sword aura expanded once again, and the sword aura split from hundreds of thousands to almost 200,000. When begging monk felt the changes in the sword aura, he immediately realized that Lei Yin was in danger. He was afraid that Lei Yin wouldn't be able to withstand such intense and crazy sword aura. Without hesitation, he merged his two bodies together and transformed into a two-headed Buddha. Holding a stake, his body became infinitely large, and his Buddhist energy boiled for a short period of time. His four long arms formed a strange Buddhist mudra, and locked onto the swordsman. At this moment, the sword aura that filled the sky suddenly changed directions on the way to Lei Yin, giving up on Lei Yin and clashing with the two-headed Buddha. Begging monk had never faced the swordsman head-on before. This time, when he merged his two bodies, he immediately suffered a painful blow from his opponent. He immediately understood that the swordsman's real target was him. Merging his two bodies would temporarily increase his strength by a large margin, but at the same time, he would lose the ability to clone himself, and he would lose the state of his divine limb. This kind of clash was the last thing he wanted, because his specialty wasn't to clash head-on with his opponent. Otherwise, what was the point of cultivating divine limbs? He knew that this wasn't a good idea. Even if he merged his two bodies, without Lei Yin's Heaven's Eye, it would be difficult for him to gain an advantage in a head-on clash like this. If he were to lose, he wouldn't even have a way out. At this moment, Lei Yin's divine sense transmitted to him, "Come to my side. His final target is me." At the last moment, Lei Yin finally understood the swordsman's true intention through his telepathy eye. He wanted to force begging monk to switch from his two-headed Buddha state to his two-body state. He wanted to make use of these 2 or 3 breaths of time to launch a decisive attack on him. The next change happened at the same time. Begging monk's two heads shook, and with the help of the splitting and reuniting forces, both his real body and his clone appeared beside Lei Yin at the same time. He was extremely impressed by his senior's telepathy eye, and without any hesitation, he chose to listen to Lei Yin's judgment. At the same time, the river of flying swords once again changed directions, and the direction of the sword aura was directed at Lei Yin, who was guarding the Heaven's Eye. Lei Yin's judgment was very accurate. Lu Xiaoyi had deceived him 3 times in a row, and the huge amount of spiritual energy he had expended to direct the swords to change directions had lost its meaning. When the 3 bodies of the 2 monks merged together, even if he unleashed a burst of swords, he wouldn't be able to break through the combined defense of the 2 monks. Since there wasn't a chance, Lu Xiaoyi wouldn't force it. Without any hesitation, he retracted the river of swords, and disappeared in an instant. Chapter 1080. The 2 monks couldn't understand. What was going on? Did he run away? It wasn't a good idea to run away in such a situation. Once the 3 of them gathered together, they would truly be in an undefeatable position. Fortunately, Liao Fen, who could read minds, understood the situation even faster. Not good. He's trying to ambush Junior Yi Hang after seeing that we can't defeat him. Huiyuan monk also understood the situation. Wasn't that right? The lunatic swordsman was heading straight for the 3rd position. His goal was self-evident. The 2 of them were quick-witted individuals. They instantly understood the pros and cons of this situation. If the 2 of them didn't move, Yi Hang would undoubtedly have to face the ferocious swordsman alone. Although Yi Hang's swastika was impressive, the 2 of them had just experienced the swordsman's attack power. If they really fought, it wouldn't bode well for them. If the 2 of them chased after him, it would also be a huge problem. This was because if the swordsman suddenly turned around while running, with his ability to control the sword, the 2 of them would not be able to stop him. In other words, the swordsman might be able to return to the 4th point before them and complete the fusion of the 4 points of intersection there. Then, he would be able to pass through the barrier and leave. The Taoists would also achieve their goal. This time, Huiyuan monk voiced his opinion. "I'll chase after him. Senior brother, you stay here. Perhaps the 3 of us will be in a dangerous situation for a short period of time. However, it won't last long. As long as the person we're facing can hold on for a short while, reinforcements will arrive." His meaning was clear. If he chased after him, no matter who the swordsman chose as his opponent, he or Yi Hang would be able to catch up in a short time. If the swordsman chose to return to the fourth position, he wouldn't even need to stop him. All he needed to do was to follow him closely. In the end, they would return to the previous situation. The only difference was that Yi Hang was getting closer. Liao Fen nodded in agreement. This was the most comprehensive plan at the moment. However, it wasn't detailed enough. He smiled and said, "All right, that's how it is. However, it's not good for you to chase after him now. Let's wait for a while before chasing after him." The monk nodded his head in admiration. The logic was obvious. The distance between the two intersection points was about 2 hours, which was 8 quarters. When they set off at the same time, the time they took to arrive at the fourth point should be the same as the time Yi Hang took to arrive at the third point. After all, their speeds were about the same. Although the battle between the two of them at point 4 was intense, it was only a quarter of an hour. In other words, when Sword Lunatic had turned around and left, Yi Hang had already set off from point 3 for a quarter of an hour. Considering that the Night Sailor and the swordsman were flying opposite each other, the encounter between them would happen in 2 to 3 quarters of an hour. Therefore, it would be inappropriate for the beggar monk to chase after the swordsman's tail. It was very likely that the swordsman would turn around again. The biggest advantage of waiting for half an hour before giving chase was that it would reduce the amount of time he had to face the swordsman alone. As long as he could hold on for even a moment, there would definitely be reinforcement. This was an extremely cunning opponent. Once he realized something was amiss, he would immediately think of another plan. They had to treat this seriously. When the three of them truly surrounded him, it would be much easier to fight. Lu Xiaoyi leaped out, lamenting in his heart. He could tell that although the divine ability of the Liaoyin monk was invisible and untouchable, it was extremely useful in battle. It would cause all of his plans to fail before they could be executed. Facing such an opponent alone was not a problem. He could just rely on his own strength to crush the opponent. However, if he had reinforcements, their cooperation would be flawless. He could not think of a way to break through at the moment. He could only open up another battlefield, even if it meant that he would have to face 3 opponents at the same time even faster. Whether to face the monk flying from the third point or the monk chasing after him from behind, there was no set rule. It all depended on the situation. If the monk chasing after him was too fast, he would turn around and deal with the monk first. If the monk chasing after him was too slow, then he would have to deal with the reinforcements coming from the third point. He was very sure that it was impossible for the 2 monks to chase after him at the same time. It was even more impossible for them not to chase after him. It could only be one chasing and the other defending. The key was the rhythm of the chase. After flying out of the perception of each other's divine senses, he immediately stopped and remained silent for hundreds of breaths. There was no aura of pursuers behind him. He sighed. These 2 monks were really cunning. Were they forcing him to seek help from a complete stranger? And he was sure that in 1 or 2 minutes, the pursuers behind him would set off. Then, should he kill? Or kill the familiar? If he turned around and killed the familiar, he might be able to gain more time. The problem was that the monk could retreat to the fourth point at any time. In the end, it would be a chase. Everything would return to how it was at the beginning of the battle. With the monk with the all-seeing connection, he was not confident. The one chasing after him must be a begging monk who had a special skill in vertical movement. This was inevitable. He knew very well that the Buddha's limbs, who was good at moving at high speed, would cause great trouble for his hunting because he himself was like this. To kill the monk, he needed time. He needed distance. The current distance was not enough. He had made up his mind and no longer worried about his gains and losses. He decided to kill. At the very least, he would not be faster than the monk, right? He might only have about 15 minutes, but definitely not more than 2 minutes. The monks were very smart and experienced. Rushing forward at full speed, he actually did not feel much pressure. He did not care much about the outcome of the battle because it was not necessarily a good thing for the Taoists to win this round. It meant that the mortals of the Taigu Temple would have to continue enduring the separation of the 4 seasons. Of course, the mortals had already gotten used to it. There was no standard answer to this kind of thing. Success could be a bad thing, failure could be a good thing. He did not think about this. He only thought about the battle of wits and courage. This was what a swordsman should think about. As for the battle between Buddhism and Taoism, when was it his turn to decide the direction of the battle between Yuanying and Taoism? His life was not in danger. Since he could not tell whether the outcome was good or bad, he did not have to insist on anything. If he really could not handle the 3 monks, he could at least throw away the all-seeing connection and escape, right? He did not have the mental misophobia to charge forward bravely, nor did he have the obsessive-compulsive disorder to win. It was already 3 against 1. Why should he pretend to be a wolf? It was ridiculous. This was a very interesting battle. From it, he saw the foundation of Buddhism. The elite monks were not to be underestimated. He seemed to have rarely seen such outstanding cultivators of the same level in the Taoist Yuanying. Qing Xian might be one of them, but Slug and Hairlip were not as good. He did not know if his swordsman brothers in the Shaking Shadow Realm could match up to these 2 fellows. There were still a few outstanding fellows in the Shaking Shadow Realm. His mind was diverging with irrelevant thoughts. He did not care about the unfamiliar opponent in front of him. This was also a kind of confidence. As he was afraid of scaring the other party away, he did not use the sword river to open the path. When he sensed the fluctuation of breath in front of him, he could not help but laugh softly. Old friends. He had been unlucky in the 4 seasons barrier. Now, his luck had finally changed. Chapter 1081. By the time Bodhisattva Yerang realized who his opponent was, he had already lost the distance to dodge. He had never thought that he would meet such an old foe in this place. A sworn enemy. If it was this guy, Bodhisattva Hongguang's death would not be in vain. Just like how the Dharma monks belonged to the school of supernatural powers, Bodhisattva Yerang and Hongguang belonged to the school of merit. The swordsman's familiarity with merit was no less than his after the battle with him on Sailu's desolate planet. Just like how a swordsman's flying sword was under his opponent's control, how was he supposed to fight? All of his strength was in the swastika, all of it was in his merit. If that was all, it would be fine. At most, they could compete with each other in the realm of merit. However, his own merit was crippled. There was a hidden loophole that outsiders did not know about, half hypocrisy. In other words, as a senior Buddhist believer, his understanding of merit was not as deep as a swordsman's. Unimaginable. He also wanted to change it, but this thing was not like a belt that could be changed at will. This was something he had learned from his previous life when he was in the half-immortal realm. Theoretically, if he wanted to completely erase it and change the foundation of merit, he would have to reach the half-immortal realm to do so. There was no way to change it. What would he do in the thousands of years before reaching the half-immortal realm? If the swordsman leaked his secret, would he not be able to meet anyone? He had been hiding everywhere. Ever since the battle with Sailu, he had never been close to the upper realm of Juzian. He had even hidden in a remote realm like Taigu. He did not expect to meet his nemesis. Without the power of the swastika, how long could he resist with ordinary Buddhist techniques? He could only try his best to escape and hope that his 2 companions would be able to intercept him. He made a judgment in an instant. He had no intention of fighting for his life. In the end, cultivation depended on the individual. The loss of Taigu would not affect the final result of the battle between the thousands of Buddhists in the universe. Just as he was about to escape, the swordsman opened his mouth. 15 minutes. I only have a little more than 15 minutes to deal with you. Any longer and the monks behind me will catch up and join forces with you. However, I wasn't sure if I could take down a person who was running away in a moment. I'm not sure. This is a gamble. Yi Hang's expression was uncertain. He was ready to turn around and run away, even if he had to take a few hits from the swordsman. But he still stayed where he was. Subconsciously, he felt that there must be a better way to solve this problem, for the Buddhists and for himself. He couldn't keep running away like this forever. But we can choose not to bet. Perhaps there was a way for everyone to get by. It was just like how Buddhism and Taoism had coexisted for millions of years. In the end, they still managed to coexist, even if there were some obstacles. Neither you nor I can change the essence of the cultivation world. The decline of Taoism and the growth of Buddhism, the decline of Buddhism and the growth of Taoism, the decline of Buddhism and the growth of Taoism. You know this better than I do. Lu Xiaoyi narrowed his eyes and said coldly, take out the season eye and withdraw from the 4 seasons barrier. As a reward, I will never reveal the secret of your merit to anyone. Don't tell me that you need to think about it. People like you and I don't need to think about these things. Lu Xiaoyi's flying sword flew out. The strength of the realm was the merit. Bodhisattva Yi Hang thought quickly and made up his mind. The damn swordsman was right about one thing. They couldn't change the essence. Even if they paid the price with their lives, how much help would it make for the great trend? This was Lu Xiaoyi's bait. He would never say that if Buddhism was to be promoted, it would require the selfless efforts of every monk and every event. Only when thousands of monks were selfless could there be a change in the trend of Buddhism. However, maybe it wouldn't make a difference if he was the only one. Lu Xiaoyi wouldn't say this to other determined monks. It would be a blasphemy to Buddhism. If every monk was so easily bewitched, Buddhism wouldn't have been able to prosper all these years. However, for Yi Hang, a half-deity monk who still played the part of arms, the falsehood of Buddhism was self-evident. Yi Hang was very straightforward. He made the decision in an instant, the decision that was most beneficial to his cultivation. He knew very well that the swordsman in front of him was the same as him. If he insisted, this guy would definitely not fight to the death here. He would definitely abandon the season eye and escape under the siege of the 3. Then, he would spread the news of the fatal flaw of Yi Hang's merit to the entire universe. The Buddhists would gain a trivial victory, but he, Yi Hang, would lose everything. As an individual, how would he choose between the gains and losses? He took out the season eye and threw it to the swordsman. He said calmly, I need a sword. Lu Xiaoyi nodded tacitly. Now wasn't the time to show off his arrogance. The flying sword's aura became more and more majestic. However, the realm of merit changed to massacre. This was because Yi Hang's current orthodox merit could not resolve it, but other realms of Tao could. At this point, Buddhism and Taoism were inverted. It was truly a pity. The flying sword's aura was very strong. It would definitely spread far and wide. It fell from high up and pierced through Yi Hang's body. Yi Hang's expression did not change. He said softly, remember your promise. He turned around and went through the wall. Lu Xiaoyi let out a sigh of relief. How could the top bodhisattvas of various universes be trifled with? He was Lu Xiaoyi, not Lu Xiaoxian. He had a clear understanding of his own strength. Weak true monarchs could be ambushed. Strong true monarchs could be avoided. He had nothing to fear in a one-on-one battle with Yuanying. A group of ordinary Yuanying posed no threat, just like Daoist Huang's group. A top Yuanying, he had the confidence to fight 1 against 2. However, 1 against 3, there were too many variables. Take these 3 monks for example. Each of them was in the realm of transcendent Tao, and one of them had the heavenly eye. Such a combination was not something he could easily deal with. God had given him this opportunity. If he wasted it, he would stupidly kill Yi Hang as soon as possible. It was only a moment, and the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. Never underestimate a beast that had no way out. If he forced Yi Hang into a corner, he might not be able to turn the tables. However, it would not be a problem for him to hold on for a moment. The swastika could not be used, but there were many other Buddhist teachings. When one reached the realm of Maha Bodhisattva, they could comprehend by analogy. In fact, many things did not have to be tied to one tree. It had been more than 10 years since the battle outside Sailu. It was hard to imagine that the monks would not have prepared other methods for him in such a long time. They knew that Lu Xiaoyi had the upper hand. If they waited passively, would they really be a coward? Yi Hang's decisiveness in leaving this time proved that he was not resigned to his fate. He must be preparing other methods, especially against Lu Xiaoyi. The biggest reason why he didn't use them now was that he wasn't familiar with them yet. This was a very dangerous beast. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. He could endure, all for the sake of turning the tables. He was looking forward to it. Chapter 1082. Although Yi Hang had left, he continued to move forward, albeit at a slower speed. Moreover, he had created a huge commotion by fighting with his left and right. He was a swordsman and had good karma. His fighting style was decent. Unless they saw it with their own eyes, who would know that it was a one-man show? His goal was to go further and leave no time for his pursuers to return. When there was no chance, he would not deliberately show off. However, when the opportunity presented itself, he would not let it go. Outside the Four Seasons barrier, a group of perfected monarchs from the Dragon Gate sect unconsciously gathered. Their faces were filled with worry. The situation was not good. Although they had considered that the Buddhists were well prepared and had asked for help before the battle, the Taoists' help had been prepared in a hurry. Therefore, their help was lacking in quality. The worst thing was that they had insisted on sending a cultivator from the Dragon Gate for the sake of their reputation. With this opening, the situation could not be salvaged. Not long after the battle began, the Soul Hall sent the bad news that the Thousand Elements soul lamp had been extinguished. There were only 4 people in total. The death of one person had a huge impact on the overall situation because it meant that the Buddhists would soon be outnumbered. It was useless to regret sending the weaker Dragon Gate Taoist for the sake of reputation. The situation was already heading towards collapse and could not be salvaged. Then came the good news. Some of the monks had also been killed. It was just that they did not know who did it. The situation seemed to have returned to balance. However, not long after, the deaths of Du Oyu and Xiao Xiaozi caused the Taoists to lose all hope. According to Master Xiao Xiao, the 2 of them were defeated by the combined forces of the other 3. Obviously, the monks gathered faster than the Taoists and were more united. 1 against 3, there was no suspense. There was only a small possibility that the last swordsman could bring out a season eye. This was because they had already heard from Xiao Xiaozi that the 2 of them did not achieve any results. Qian Xing had also died early. Therefore, the only one who had the upper hand could only be the lone swordsman, One Ear. His reputation is not for nothing. In terms of battle strength, the swordsman's reputation is well deserved. Sigh, we should have found a few more swordsmen, a perfected monarch said in hindsight. It should be an exception, right? Since when did carefree travel have such a powerful sword vein orthodoxy? However, we still have to thank them. At least we didn't lose too badly this time. Another true monarch was somewhat pessimistic. Moji Yu was even more pessimistic. My judgment is difficult. Miracles rarely appear. If young friend Dan is fast and lucky, he should have been out by now after 8 hours. Since he hasn't come out yet, it means that he hasn't reached the location of the season eye yet. There are still 3 people on the other side. If they surround him and intercept him, he won't stand a chance. If the Buddhists were to obtain 4 season eyes in one go, the reset of the 4 seasons would soon be initiated by the Buddhists. The Taoists had established a contract that could not be stopped. They had to cooperate. An old perfected lord smiled bitterly and said, "From now on, we have to prepare how to deal with the erosion of Buddhist faith. We haven't done much in this area. This is a mistake, and we have to pay attention to it. With the ability of the Buddhist faith to penetrate, not to mention tens of thousands of years, even if you only give them 1,000 years, they will still have the ability to dig out the roots of our Taoism." While everyone was in melancholy, a true monarch transmitted a message from the void. Another bodhisattva had been forced out of the barrier. Judging from his aura, he was also heavily injured. The situation had changed again, 1 against 2. With the strength of the swordsman, it was not impossible for him to turn the tables. Among the true monarchs present, the only young god true monarch of the dragon sect, true monarch Yang Yuan, smiled. This time, I owe senior brother White Brow a favor to boss. The next time we meet, I'm afraid I'll be at his mercy. Beggar Monk was very steady in his pursuit, neither too fast nor too slow. He knew that his companion Bodhisattva Nightwalker's strength was above his own. His merit swastika was both offensive and defensive. He was the only one among the four who had no weaknesses in both offense and defense. He did not believe that he would be able to defeat junior brother Yerang in less than 15 minutes. After flying for 45 minutes, he sensed a faint fluctuation of spiritual vigor in front of him. Someone was fighting. As he expected, it must be junior brother Yerang and the swordsman fighting. Although he was far away, as an experienced guardian monk, he could clearly distinguish the progress of the battle from the changes in the two Dao states. At least for now, it seemed like they were evenly matched. If that was the case, there was no need for him to show up immediately. Everyone has the heart to steal chickens and dogs. Sneak attacks were not only the favorite of swordsmen, but also the favorite of Dharma cultivators and monks. It was the favorite of all cultivators. In the cultivation world, there was no such thing as a sneak attack. Everyone called it the highest level of control over the environment, the people, and the situation. If a sneak attack was successful, it meant that one had the ability to do so. It was not a despicable and sinister move. Just like in a battlefield, the appearance of reinforcements was very important. If they arrived too early, the effect would be negligible. If they arrived too late, the battle would be meaningless. How could one suddenly appear at the most difficult time and catch them off guard? That was a true expert. Huiyuan monk was an expert. At least, that was what he thought. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. He purposely slowed down his speed and placed his presence in a place where he could sense the fluctuations of the battle, but also outside the detection of the cultivator's divine sense. This distance was only a matter of 10 breaths for him. With junior brother Yehang's stable display of the Tao of Merit, he did not see any danger at all. The only thing that he was curious about was why junior brother Yerang was retreating to the third position instead of the fourth. He should know that there was no reinforcements coming from that direction. However, it was not a big deal. There were many changes in a battle. The direction of movement was very important. If the swordsman was purposely intercepting him at the fourth position, it was normal for Yerang to retreat to the third position. As long as he won in the end, it did not matter where he retreated, right? Huiyuan monk was a little self-righteous. He guessed that junior brother Yerang was too arrogant and wanted to complete the kill by himself. He did not want to be held back by others. This was in line with the so-called Dao heart of some cultivators. When Huiyuan monk was young, he was also young and inexperienced. It was not surprising. Therefore, he continued to follow and follow. To his surprise, he realized that the Tao of Merit was slowly gaining the upper hand in the intense battle. Although the swordsman's slaughter, 5 elements, and star Tao were constantly counterattacking and putting up a desperate struggle, they could not last long. After the swordsman's struggle, the Tao of Merit would always regain control. This battle was in the bag. Huiyuan monk sighed in his heart. To deal with a orthodoxy like the swordsman, one had to start with the Tao realm of Buddhism. Chapter 1083. Begging monk's mentality relaxed. He began to hesitate. Should he go over or not? If he went over, would junior brother Yi Hang think that he was here to take advantage of the situation? If that happened, as fellow Buddhists, it wouldn't be good if it left a knot in everyone's heart. If he didn't go over, what if the swordsman retaliated? Or would he end up disrupting junior brother Yi Hang's rhythm? Begging monk was indeed very experienced. He had a good grasp of the human heart. His experience in the mortal world made him very clear that there were some things that even cultivators couldn't ignore. Relationships were also a great way. As he hesitated and was troubled, he suddenly realized that their position seemed to be very close to the third position. In other words, their current position was a full 2 hours away from senior brother Yi Hang's position at the fourth position. Weren't they walking a little too far? Just as he couldn't help but doubt himself, the aura in front of him suddenly became restless. Merit, slaughter, the 5 elements, and the stars were all mixed together, entangling, repelling, and devouring each other. It was getting more and more intense. Begging monk no longer hesitated and quickly flew up. He was very clear what this meant. It meant that the two sides were about to lay their cards on the table. Although junior brother Yehang's path of virtues had always been at an obvious advantage, the dying struggles of the sword cultivators were well known in the world of cultivators. It was hard to say whether or not unexpected accidents would happen in the life-and-death battle. This was a good opportunity for him to get close. He could suddenly appear and control the situation without arousing the disgust of his junior brother. As he rushed up, before he could even see the two people in the battle, a long river of sword light was already hanging upside down. More than 200,000 sword lights filled the space around him. The pressure was so great that he couldn't breathe for a moment. He wanted to use divine arts and create clones, but the torrential rain of flying swords made all his efforts futile. Creating clones also required time. Even if this time was very short, just an instant was still time. He was very clear in his heart that even a split second was impossible under such dense flying swords. If he dared to use his clone, his real body and clone would be torn apart by the flying swords in the short time it took to cast the technique. He only had one thought now, and that was to use all his strength to block the flying sword's explosive attack. He hoped that the swordsman's explosive attacks had a time limit and couldn't be sustained. Yes, he no longer placed his hopes on junior brother Yehang. This was a trap. When he saw more than 200,000 sword chi surging towards him, he immediately understood that this was a show directed by the crafty swordsman himself. There was only one spectator, and that was him, Monk Huiyuan. How did the swordsman manage to create the virtuous Tao realm so vividly that even a Buddhist like him was fooled? This question was no longer important. The most important thing was how to avoid this calamity. His current position was extremely awkward. He was at the third location, and he was still 2 hours away from the fourth location. If he chose to fight while fleeing, he would need even more time. With the strength displayed by the swordsman, there was no way he could last that long, so he didn't run at all. He only chose to fight on the spot. As for whether or not he should throw away the season eye in exchange for his freedom, he didn't even consider it. Among the Buddhists, there were selfish people like Yehang, and there were also monks who were willing to contribute to the great cause of the Buddhist. He had still overestimated himself. His defense wasn't as strong as he thought, and the swordsman's explosive attacks lasted longer than he expected. Furthermore, the number of sword chi was still increasing. His Tao realm was also increasing. More than 200,000 sword chi contained different Tao realm powers, and this made it extremely difficult for him to defend himself. This was because he couldn't find the most suitable method to deal with it. He didn't have Heaven's Eye. Even if senior brother Huiyuan had Heaven's Eye, what could he do in such a situation? So what if he could see through it? He had to make a move. His body was soon covered in wounds. Even with the toughness of his Buddhist body, he couldn't endure such endless destruction for long. He didn't even have time to recover, and he didn't even have the chance to consume a pill, but he still persevered. This was a kind of conviction. Even if he had to die, he would die in battle. At the very last moment, he finally understood why so many orthodoxies were defeated by the swordsman. They were all attacking from afar. Even if he had an overwhelming advantage, the cunning swordsman didn't stop. His constantly changing body made it impossible for him to catch his target even if he wanted to. He still couldn't use his god's limbs. The sword chi was even denser. It was so dense that everything that came out would be instantly destroyed. He already had a clear understanding of his final destination. The only thing he couldn't understand was why junior brother Yehang, who was good at karma, was defeated so easily. He couldn't even hold on for a moment. He couldn't even use his divine ability, but he could still hold on for a moment. What happened? In the end, under the unyielding will of the Huiyuan monk, the monk didn't receive any surprises. Yehang didn't appear. Huiyuan didn't appear either. The sword chi was still surging, and he had already used up all his strength. It was a failed hunt. It wasn't a mistake in strategy, but a mistake in judgment. They thought they were hunting a wild wolf, but a fierce tiger came instead. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have separated the three of them even if he was beaten to death. Before he died, the Huiyuan monk looked at him with disdain. "You're not a swordsman. You're an actor. Lu Xiaoyi reached out his hand and took the ownerless season eye floating in the air. He sighed in his heart. Although he respected the monk, it didn't affect his will to kill him. He got what he wanted. Sending the monk on his way was the greatest respect he could give him. This was the cultivation world. There was no right or wrong. His body slowly floated forward. He needed to recover the huge amount of magical energy he had lost before returning to point 4. It was very difficult to defeat an opponent like this easily. Moreover, he had used up a lot of his magical energy in order to make it look real. This battle had verified his thoughts. Even if it was a divine ability, it was possible to be forced back and die without knowing why. No matter if it was a divine ability, a secret spell, a forbidden technique, a magical weapon, or a demonic beast, etc., there was a time limit to how long it could be used. As long as his sword was dense enough and heavy enough, he could suppress his opponent's attacks in all aspects. This was the meaning of using a flying sword to attack first. Snatch until death. The Huiyuan monk was confused. He was still hesitating on what method to use when he saw the battlefield, but he didn't know that to a cultivator, it was most important to always be vigilant. Because his acting was realistic enough. The monk was full of disdain before he died. Lu Xiaoyi was also full of disdain, looking down on a swordsman like him. Then what kind of swordsman would the monks like? They would definitely like the kind of hothead who would fight against 3 opponents and still shout loudly. The unyielding swordsman spirit. The unyielding attitude of fighting to the death. If all swordsmen were like that, the sword vein inheritance would have been broken long ago. Ever since the Huiyuan monk and his Heavenly Eye senior brother joined hands, he didn't have the right to say such word. True magnanimity. The 3 monks each occupied a spot, waiting for others to challenge them. This was the true style of ancient cultivators. If that was the case, Lu Xiaoyi might not be able to do it. Chapter 1084. Lu Xiaoyi flew very slowly, and then sped up as he recovered. Although he already had 3 season eyes and had achieved his original goal, he still had to go to the 4th point if he wanted to leave, which was the position guarded by the Heavenly Eye Talisman monk. He wasn't sure if the monk could leave or not. Therefore, whether the final battle was a battle to the death or a trial was not in his hand. In fact, he was more inclined to believe that the monk had already met the requirements to leave. The only reason he didn't leave before was because he wanted to get his season eye. So, what about now? As he flew, he thought about how he had become a Buddhist monk. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Even though the monks and Taoists didn't get along, they had gone through millions of years of ups and downs together. They were always scheming in harmony and supporting each other in opposition. At the end of the day, this was an internal matter of the human cultivation world. His current situation seemed to have been pushed to the forefront by someone, attracting thousands of attention, praise, and worship. Was this really a good thing? It wasn't a good thing for him. Because he could never go against a huge orthodoxy. It wasn't a good thing for the sect behind him either. He didn't want to become a super big target of hatred as his cultivation level and strength got higher and higher, and in the end, bring disaster to his real sect. Then, was this the white-browed old man's plan? Diverting the disaster? Using some small tricks and small favors to lure Xiaoyao's biggest enemy to another place? In the end, he was just watching from the sidelines and selling melon seeds and soda. There was no evidence, but he had to be careful. In this world dominated by old cunning people, he had to sleep with his eyes open. Reflection was Lu Xiaoyi's best habit. Not only did he reflect on the battle, but he also reflected on why he fought. Was there any other solution? In a fight, who was the one who benefited in the end? He was the sword. But he wanted to have his own consciousness. He wanted to always hold the sword in his hand. His magic power was recovering, his aura was brewing, and his spirit was growing. When he approached the 4th point, he was fully prepared for a tough battle. Thinking was one thing, but if he let his thoughts control his fighting instincts, then he would be a real fool. Thinking was something to do when one was bored to death. When fighting, leave it to the bloodthirsty instinct. Before Lu Xiaoyi had even gotten close, he had already realized something. He didn't want to hide his sadness. Although this was the first time he had met the monk, in the past few years in Taigu, because of their similar divine arts, they always had endless topics to talk about. In life, especially in the life of a cultivator, to have such a friend was truly too rare. But, my friend is gone. He wasn't too concerned about who killed the beggar monk. Either the swordsman killed the monk, or the monk killed the swordsman. In this world of cultivation, it was only a matter of time before the great Tao collapse. The 8 monks and Taoists were gathered here like a colosseum. Who was right and who was wrong? Among the 4 of them, Hong Guang was too arrogant, Yi Hang was too cunning, and begging monk was too stubborn. He was different. He did what he should do and did not do anything that was beyond his abilities. The revival of Buddhism required sacrifice, but it also required survival. When he saw the swordsman coming from afar, he realized that he was indeed alone. He guessed that Yi Hang must have escaped, and the beggar monk must be dead. What about him? With a flick of his sleeve, he went forward. The 2 of them faced each other from hundreds of miles away. He didn't ask about his companion's fate. There was no need to. This was the fate of a cultivator. Those who practiced the heavenly eye and the mind-reading ability were most afraid of hatred. As long as hatred arose, his 2 divine arts would immediately lose their effect. His eyes were no longer bright, how could he look at others? His heart was no longer calm, how could he sense others' feelings? Fellow cultivator, you're amazing. In the battle of the 4 eyes, you held up the sky with one hand. There are countless orthodoxies in the universe, but I'm afraid only the swordsman can do this. Lu Xiaoyi smiled politely. I was also chased into a sorry state. I don't dare to say that I only held up the sky with one hand, but I only ran a little faster. The Buddhists were organized well and had great teamwork. We can't compare to them. It was just a fluke, not worth bragging about. Liao Yin nodded, but his heart trembled. If this swordsman came with murderous intent, he would be a mortal killer. But now that he was so calm, it was very scary. Once the murder weapon had its own brain, how could it be just a few times more terrifying? You and I are actually outsiders here. The reason for our opposition is mainly because of the opposition between Buddhism and Taoism. It's either one or the other. But I don't like this method. Not everything that the Buddhists want to do is wrong, but what the Taoists insist on is not necessarily right either. I always think that Taoism and Buddhism can oppose each other, but only in certain aspects. In most cases, we should have the same judgment. Then, regarding the reset of the 4 seasons in the Taigu domain, if we put aside the conflict between Taoism and Buddhism, what do you think is the best thing to do now that the heavenly Tao is relaxed? Lu Xiaoyi nodded with a smile. Reset immediately. The strange characteristics of the Taigu domain don't conform to the normal laws of nature. It's a combination of various astronomical phenomena, affecting the 5 elements and yin and yang here. Moreover, the lifespan of mortals here can't be compared to that of normal domains. Liao Yin praised the good. Amitabha, fellow Daoist, you are reasonable and not hypocritical. You are a true man of character. Then I want to know, knowing good but not doing good, knowing evil but not changing evil, just because this is what the Buddhists advocate, must you oppose it for the sake of opposing it? Is this what a cultivator who truly cares about the common people should do? Lu Xiaoyi humbly listened to the advice. Master, you are right. The Taoists do have selfish motives in this matter, going against the Taoists' principle of compassion for the common people. I am ashamed. Liao Yin chuckled. You clearly know, but you don't change. Is that so? Lu Xiaoyi nodded bitterly. Yes. It's an old problem for millions of years. The Taoists can correct their mistakes in front of mortals, but they can't do so in front of you Buddhists. In fact, the reverse seems to be the same, right? Liao Yin admitted, yes, Buddhists have this problem too. But as a matter of fact, don't you think that the Taoists are at fault when it comes to the reset of the 4 seasons in the Taigu domain? Lu Xiaoyi didn't think much of it. No, I think that this is the fault of cultivators. There is the Taoists, and there is also the Buddhist. Liao Yin was very surprised. Oh, the Buddhists are also at fault in this matter. How come I don't know? Why don't you tell me, fellow Daoist, so that this poor monk can broaden his horizons? Lu Xiaoyi sneered. The Buddhists proposed the reset of the 4 seasons in the Taigu domain under the current heavenly Tao environment. This in itself is not wrong, but your mistake is to smuggle in your own goods. You want to use this opportunity to gain the faith of the entire Taigu domain, weaken the Taoists and strengthen the Buddhist. Truly doing good wholeheartedly is doing good without seeking personal gain, and not mixing in one's own motive. Then, is the Buddhists resetting the 4 seasons for the common people? Or is it for the sake of strengthening the Daoist orthodoxy? The Taoists are selfish, but the Buddhists are selfless? Do you dare say that after the reset of the 4 seasons in the Taigu domain, the faith of the Buddhists will never cross the mainland? If the Buddhists dare, I will be the first to support them. I am willing to offer all 3 season eyes in my hand. I heard that the Buddhists give alms, but why is it that when the Buddhists do things, they are very particular? Chapter 1085. Liao Yin was speechless. Because Buddhists did indeed have selfish motives. Their motives were not pure. It was for the expansion of Buddhist forces after the new era of the universe. To put it bluntly, resetting the 4 seasons for the common people was just a fig leaf to cover up their shame. Fellow Daoists' words make this poor monk ashamed. I take back my previous words. In this matter, Buddhists have no right to laugh at Taoist. Liao Yin admitted straightforwardly. This was also the responsibility of a great cultivator. If he still refused to admit it now, he would be a scoundrel. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. If anyone should be ashamed, it should be everyone. No one is more noble than the other. This was probably what cultivation was all about. The longer you cultivate, the more you lose your original things. Liao Yin was a little absent-minded. It was not that he had not thought about these things, but humans were like this. They often saw others more clearly, but when it came to themselves, they were very vague. In a battle, 2 groups of hypocritical cultivators, 2 Taoists died, and 2 monks. Lu Xiaoyi added. Only now did they completely understand the casualties of the entire process. It's not worth it. Liao Yin murmured, they should have a bigger stage, a more glorious life. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Even if it's a bigger stage, it's still not worth it. It's never worth it. Because we're all chess pieces. Surviving this time is just to enter the next chess game and be a chess piece. What makes you think that if it's not worth it this time, it'll be worth it next time? Liao Yin realized that this swordsman's brain was not like a swordsman's. Didn't swordsmen cultivate their muscles into their brains? Then what does fellow Daoist think is worth it? Lu Xiaoyi shrugged. I don't know. But I know what the ancient cultivators did. After the ancient cultivator monks made such a suggestion, they would take the initiative to withdraw the spread of Buddhism in this realm to show their selflessness. The ancient Taoists would accept without hesitation, willing to open their doors and not consider the future of their own orthodoxy. They would let the mortals make their own decisions, and the cultivators would only be the executors, not the ones who decided. Liao Yin sighed. Is there such a cultivation world? Lu Xiaoyi smiled. That's why ancient cultivation is gone. Slowly growing up and developing, they all ended up like this. That's right, it doesn't necessarily have vitality, therefore, our discussion is worthless. Because it's reversing history. Liao Yin sighed. We can't go back. It was just like how a person who had grown up would never be able to go back to their youthful innocence. I'm afraid this is also the reason why the heavenly Tao can't stand it anymore and wants to restart a new era. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. I'm afraid Little Epoch won't be able to. Only the eternal era would be able to start all over again, but what was the point of starting all over again? In the end, he would still end up like this. That's because humans are the most selfish creatures of all. Liao Yin let out a long sigh of relief. Fellow Daoist, you shouldn't have learned the sword. It's not good for a swordsman to think too much. Lu Xiaoyi said regretfully, I used to be an outstanding Dharma cultivator, especially good at setting fires. Liao Yin nodded. So he was a sword cultivator? That was normal. It was very common to change professions in the cultivation world. He just didn't know what kind of commotion this guy would cause when he set fire, given his talent in battle. It would at least be a kind of heaven and earth special fire, right? He would never know that there was a shameless guy who actually only knew a little ghost fire of the chi refinement stage, and the kind that couldn't burn people to death. With his state of mind and the divine ability he had learned, he couldn't vent his anger on a single person for a clash between orthodoxies. Everyone was a chess piece and had no choice. How could there be right and wrong? I still want to take a seasoned spirit with me. At least, it's for my reputation. Liao Yin asked because he wanted to know if he wanted to collect all 4 seasoned spirits. If the swordsman wanted to, he would fight to the death with the swordsman and never back out. Since he couldn't be as outstanding as the ancient cultivators in the Battle of Orthodoxies, he could at least do it in battle. Even if he knew that there was a 90% chance that he wouldn't be the swordsman's opponent. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Reputation is a cultivator's greatest weakness. Master, please do as you wish. I have 3 seasoned spirits. My reputation can't be too perfect or I'll be punished by the heavens. Liao Yin laughed loudly. This was an interesting opponent, a chess piece with thoughts. Unfortunately, they could never become friends. Otherwise, choosing between orthodoxies and friendship would drive one crazy. In that case, let's meet again. He passed through the barrier and disappeared. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. As expected, this monk already had a way out. How could a cultivator who cultivated heaven's eye and heart connection put himself in danger so easily? But why would he disappear just because you said so? Who could say for sure about the general trend of cultivation? The battle was over, but there was no satisfaction. He suddenly realized that as his understanding of merit and Buddhism increased, he could look at certain problems more peacefully. He was no longer as extreme and impulsive as before, thinking that anyone without hair must be an enemy and bad. He had once wondered if this was the after-effect of comprehending merit. Did it cause him to deviate from Buddhism on the path of cultivation? But now it seemed that he wasn't deviating, but correcting it. There was a reason for its existence. You could dislike it, but you couldn't deny it. The nascent soul was a process of taking in everything, regardless of whether it was Taoism or Buddhism, but it couldn't be bigoted. No matter what he comprehended, as long as there were 2 things that didn't change, then his path was right. 1 was me. 2 was the sword. My sword. Why did it sound so strange? When he wrote his memoirs in the future, those bookworms would definitely laugh at him, right? The banquet was over and everyone had left. Only he, the evil guest who had eaten his fill, was left. How boring. He rolled up his sleeves and hit the wall. He had already returned to the land of spring. After identifying the direction, he flew toward the Dragon Gate. He began to think about how to be more low-key. Dragon Gate, Mountain Gate, Quiet Palace. For the first time, perfected Lord Chen Yuan personally received this sword cultivator from the free and unfettered travel. He was very satisfied. The battle between Buddhism and Taoism in Taigu this time was both meaningful and honorable. It helped Taoism get rid of a big disaster. At the very least, they won a few hundred years of breathing time, which was enough for them to arrange some countermeasures. Little friend Shan, fortunately you performed well in the battle between Buddhism and Taoism in Taigu. Otherwise, the consequences would have been very embarrassing. Well, I should have said something, but compared to Juzian, Taigu is like a grain of rice to the bright moon. Swordsmen don't care about external things. Lu Xiaoyi laughed dryly. Senior, well, actually, not all swordsmen are like this. Chen Yuan laughed. Oh, tell me about it. I thought I would owe you a favor. Since you have a request, why don't you tell me about it? Lu Xiaoyi was thick-skinned. He knew very well about these so-called seniors. If you pretended to be noble, they would be stingy. Moreover, he had only asked for a few things. How could he not owe him a favor? Compared to some external things, the battle between Buddhism and Taoism in Taigu region was more important, right? When I came to Taigu, the ferry I took was not suitable. It was inconvenient to fly. I want to ask for an anti-space ferry. It will be easier to go back. I don't want it, just borrow it. When I go back, I will ask Ancestor White Brow to send it back to you. Chapter 1086. Chen Yuan laughed, you don't have to send it back. Although Taigu is located in a remote area with limited resources, we can still take out an anti-space raft. But I have to say this first. I can give you the raft, but I don't have the key. You can only use your own. Lu Xiaoyi smiled and said, of course. This is the rule. I understand. He could give you the tool, but he couldn't give you the anti-space transition point detected by Taigu. This was the rule, because this was the most secretive core of a sect. If they needed to evacuate in the future, it would be difficult for their opponents to know which route they took. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. If a rabbit was like this, how could a human be like this? This kind of secret was impossible to give to others. Let alone an outsider like Lu Xiaoyi. Even most of the true monarchs in the Dragon Gate sect didn't know about it. Chen Yuan waved his hand. The Dragon Gate will never forget the friends who helped us. It's better to have more friends when traveling the universe. After this matter, you can go back or walk around Taigu. Lu Xiaoyi didn't choose to walk around. What should he walk around for? To wait for the revenge of the Buddhist disciples? After all, monks like Liao Yin were few and far between. Even he would talk about Lu Xiaoyi's role in the 4 Seasons barrier when he returned. The speaker might not have meant it, but the listener would take it seriously. Not to mention the sinister Yi Hang. In the world of cultivation, killing with a borrowed knife was a basic skill. After bidding farewell to the cultivators of the Dragon Gate sect, he entered the anti-space again and began to try the raft of the Dragon Gate sect. Because of the difference in the array inside the raft, it was not quite the same as Carefree's raft. Of course, the difference was in the details, but the mechanism was the same. After inputting the key, he had to make some adjustments to clearly show the position of the surrounding coordinates. He needed to adapt as soon as possible. He didn't know whether Carefree's raft would be taken back or not. He could see that the anti-space raft was a public resource of the sect. It was very important. Not everyone could keep it after a mission, and he was no exception. Lu Xiaoyi was not in a hurry to return to Juzian. For him, drifting in the void of the universe for decades was normal, and there was nothing uncomfortable about it. Since he had come out this time and was in the negative space, there was no reason for him not to do a detailed check of the surrounding coordinates. He had calculated with Juzian as the origin. Because he did not have the key at that time, he was not sure how many coordinates he could sense around the anti-space where Juzian was located. However, he was sure that he could sense the most coordinates there. As for the starting point, he defined the anti-space coordinate system where Juzian was located as the first layer. The key to truly grasping the key started from Changshuo. This was also the second level of the signpost system outside Juzian's upper realm. He had sensed 13 points. When he reached Taigu, which was already the third level of the signpost system, he had sensed 7 coordinates. So on and so forth, the further he went, the fewer coordinates he could sense at the coordinates. This was in line with the actual situation of the universe. Just like an infinitely large spherical space, the further away it was from the center of the circle, the more spacious it was. The frequency of human cultivators' exploration would also decrease until it was possible to find one coordinate with another. Starting from the origin, the distance between 2 coordinates in the negative space was about half a year's journey. Corresponding to their respective positions in the main world, the distance between them was about 3 to 5 universes. If all kinds of accidents during the journey were taken into account and the factors of going out to the main world to survey the location, a round trip would take about 2 years. He planned to use Taigu as the center point to explore 3 different points in different directions. He wanted to see if he could obtain any useful information from the corresponding main world. This would take about 6 years. Then, he would return to the coordinates of Changshuo and explore in 3 directions with Changshuo as the center. In fact, it was 4 directions because it included the direction of Taigu. This would take another 6 years. Finally, He would return to the original point of Juzian and explore in 3 different directions with Juzian as the center. It would take about 20 years for the entire plan to be completed. Considering the fact that he had spent 30 years in Changsha, it was still acceptable in terms of time. He did not expect to find the direction of the 5th ring. He just wanted to have a general understanding of the universe around Juzian's upper realm. As a cultivator, it was better to explore 100 universes than to cultivate for 100 years. In fact, many things would not be delayed in the void of the universe, such as swallowing and searching for spirits, sensing the body odor, various astronomical phenomena, and occasionally fighting. It was much more efficient than staying in the small cave of the mountain gate. It was also the way he liked. Actually, he wasn't in a hurry to find out the location of the 5th ring's azure sky. It was inevitable. When the time was right, there would be someone to guide him. For example, a certain sun god who had been waving a fan behind him. Since he had decided, the next step was to choose the direction. With Taigu as the center and excluding the direction of Changsha, he needed to choose between the other 6 coordinates. He needed to spread out as much as possible and cover as much as possible. The first target was the extension of the line connecting Changsha and Taigu. This was also the furthest point. According to his judgment, the position of the main world where the coordinate was located should be more than 10 universes away from Juzian's upper realm. He did not know what was waiting for him. He was just a nascent soul stage cultivator, an existence of the lowest level in the universe. Basically, no one was as crazy as him. For most cultivators at his level, it was already a very bold act to go out into the universe. But for him, it did not seem to be too much. The only limit to how far a cultivator could go in the universe was their strength. Now that he had the strength of a normal yin master, of course he had to go out of his own world. In the negative space, the density of cultivators was much lower than in the main world. Lu Xiaoyi flew all the way and did not see a single person. He only saw a few sneaky void beasts. After interacting with him, they felt that this human was not to be trifled with, so they left resentfully. He did not speak a word along the way. 7 months later, he stood on the same mark and used the power of the ferryboat formation to establish a connection with the mark. After inputting the key, 4 more spots of light appeared in his formation. Yes, this was within his expectations. Without hesitation, he activated the energy gathering and came to the main world. He felt around but did not find any cultivation planets. He sighed. This was the most normal state of the main world corresponding to the coordinate. Not every main world corresponding to a dot had a cultivation planet. On the contrary, in most cases, the main world space where the dot was located was a desolate region without a single planet. After all, the proportion of cultivation planets in the universe was too high to be described as 1 in a million. It was more realistic to say that only 1 in a million planets existed in the universe. Lu Xiaoyi was not disappointed. This was a normal phenomenon. After circling around the main world for more than a month and confirming that there were no human cultivation planets, he entered the negative space again and continued with his plan. Chapter 1087. 5 years later, Lu Xiaoyi returned from the last waymark. He had considered that most of the main worlds that the waymarks corresponded to did not have any cultivation worlds, but he did not expect that he would choose 3 of them in a row, and none of them had any cultivation world. There were no cultivation worlds outside, so naturally, he could not obtain any useful information. He was a little disappointed, but he still followed his plan. He returned to the Taigu waymark, and then returned to Changsha to continue his search. The true meaning of searching was to persevere. If you gave up after failing 3 times, you would not find anything in your life. The process of searching was also a kind of cultivation. As long as one had a good attitude, one could just treat it as a kind of travel and not much else. After a month of returning, from afar, a faint sound could be heard. There was no air in the universe, so sound waves could not be transmitted. In fact, what he heard was only the fluctuation of his mental energy in the void of the universe. He stopped and listened carefully. It was as if there was a melody. The singing was beautiful and mellow, and it moved one's soul. It made one fascinated and unable to bear to leave. Sirens. Lu Xiaoyi immediately realized what he might have encountered. It was not that he had seen this race before, but this race had a special reputation in the universe. There were sirens in the Grey Sea, and sirens in the void. Both races were said to be magical races among humans. They had one common characteristic, which was that they were beautiful and good at singing. According to the Taiping Guangji, the siren fish existed in the void. The largest of them was 5 to 6 feet long and looked like a human. Their eyebrows, nose, mouth, claws, and head were all beautiful women. Their skin and flesh were as white as jade, without scales, and had fine hair. They were 5-colored and soft, and were 1 to 2 inches long. Their hair was like a ponytail, and they were 5 to 6 feet long. Their genitals were no different from that of a woman's. This was a very strange creature. Some people classified them as void beasts, while some ancient books described them as a separate race. Each had its own basis and reason. They were called void beasts because they were like void beasts, forever drifting in the void of the universe and never stopping in a region. Occasionally, they would stop at a certain spot in the sky, gathering out of thin air and singing loudly. They weren't considered void beasts because they didn't have the brutality of void beasts. They never made enemies of humans, and of course, they didn't make enemies of any other species. Their combat methods were mainly defensive, and they were known for their ability to escape. Their songs could penetrate one's mind, and it was difficult for both humans and void beasts to resist. This was especially true when the entire species sang together. Even creatures of higher realms would find it difficult to resist their songs. The sirens were a matriarchal society, and they were also a matriarchal race. There were no males in the entire race. They had another way of reproducing, and it was through mating with all kinds of creatures in the universe, including void beasts, Zerg, and even humans. But no matter what species, after mating with salamander wren, the offspring would all be sirens. They were matriarchal, and they had nothing to do with the father. Such strong genes were really amazing. This race was usually not seen in the universe, because they were best at living in complex environments. The more dangerous, changing, and complicated the environment, the more suitable it was for them. Therefore, they had another name, celestial beasts. However, this name wasn't outstanding, and it wasn't widely spread. The most popular thing in the cultivation world was the legend of their beauty, just like how humans in the mortal world fantasized about mermaids in the sea. Because they were rare, because their range of activity was hidden, and because they didn't participate in the affairs of the cultivation world in the void of the universe, it was very rare for cultivators to see this race in their travels in the universe. Most cultivators had never seen them in their entire lives. To humans, there was no need to see them, and they just treated them as legends. However, there were some legends that really existed. The sirens were a very strange race. After a period of time, ranging from 100 years to 100 years, they would collectively enter a period of estrus. During this period, they would come out, leave the complex environment that hid their traces, and come to the open space of the void of the universe. They would sing as they walked. Their purpose was to lure creatures in the universe to mate with them and sow seeds for the next generation of the sirens. Of course, no matter who planted the seeds, they would give birth to sirens. Whether it was beans, cucumbers, cabbages, or eggplants, after they were planted, they would all become radishes. Their estrus period was irregular, and their traces of movement were also irregular. Moreover, they were in the negative space, so it was very difficult for a cultivator to meet a siren floating in the outside world. If you were lucky, then congratulations, you would have an erotic trip to the void of the universe for a period of time. As long as your physical strength could keep up, you would have countless target. Lu Xiaoyi didn't know whether his luck was good or bad. He had no clue about the 5 rings of the blue sky, but he had met a group of sirens. It was as if God was playing a joke on him. The sirens didn't sing all the time. They didn't sing when they were in their own environment. They only sang when they flew out to find seeds. Firstly, they wanted to attract all kinds of creatures, and secondly, they wanted to numb the will of the creatures who heard the song. Even if you didn't like it, even if you didn't want to offer your seed, you wouldn't have any evil intentions. Lu Xiaoyi followed the sound. It was not that he couldn't control himself, but he had to experience what he had to experience in his life. If he couldn't meet this race in his life, he wouldn't search for it. But if he met it, he wouldn't avoid it because of fear. Not every creature in the universe who heard the song of the sirens would lose control of themselves. It didn't matter what realm they were in, it only depended on the level of their spirit. For example, people like Lu Xiaoyi, who had strong and refined spirit, extraordinary willpower, and a clear state of mind, would not be completely confused by a certain song. This was especially true for humans. They wouldn't be easily controlled by their instincts, so what the sirens attracted the most were countless strange creatures in the universe. This was because the song of the sirens was extremely penetrating, far exceeding the range of a creature's divine sense. Lu Xiaoyi was very interested. This was because he couldn't imagine how big of a battlefield this would be. Hundreds, or even thousands of battles would unfold in a spatial scene. He might have only seen this kind of scene in a certain island country's indie film in his previous life. He guessed that he wouldn't enter the battlefield personally, as there would be a psychological barrier. He would just observe and unlock some combat skills. During the 5 to 6 years of flying in the void, he almost didn't meet any targets to communicate with. It was indeed boring. The appearance of such a strange race could add a little color to his travels. After hearing the sound, he still had a long way to go to follow the sirens. He flew unhurriedly, and after half a month, a huge rainbow body finally appeared in front of him. He didn't know what it was made of, but looking from afar, it was colorful and unpredictable. It was like a huge soap bubble, reflecting colorful flowing lights under the light. Yes, the ancient records were right, the dance of the fish dragon. Chapter 1088. When Lu Xiaoyi saw this huge soap bubble, other creatures from the universe finally began to appear around him. There were void beasts of various shapes and sizes, as well as a small number of foreign races. Of course, there were also human cultivators. Everyone had a tacit understanding that there was no life or death battle here, but rather a tacit understanding of not caring about each other. Who had ever seen a patron fight before entering the red light district? If there was a fight, it would be after entering. Void beasts wouldn't talk to each other because they relied on their instincts. Humans wouldn't either because it was a little awkward. There weren't many of them, but there were also a dozen or so. Lu Xiaoyi laughed inwardly. When he was drifting alone in the void, he didn't see a single one. He didn't expect that when this Yu-Ren appeared, all sorts of monsters would appear. From his observation, almost all of them were creatures of the Yuanying realm. There were no monarchs. This was easy to understand. After all, no matter what kind of creature it was, once they reached the monarch realm, their self-control would be extraordinary. How could they easily accept such an invitation to sow seeds? Lu Xiaoyi calmly flew into this dense air as if he had entered another illusory space. Here, light rays twisted and turned. Barriers couldn't be seen, but there were barriers everywhere. There wasn't the grand occasion of hundreds of people in a large stadium like he had imagined. He didn't see a single Yu-Ren, nor did he see other patrons who had entered at the same time. It was as if he had walked into countless spaces separated by countless colorful curtains. Between each space, even divine senses were isolated from each other. It was like a small single room. This was an ancient inheritance. He didn't have to wait for long. One. He didn't know which one to choose. In any case, a Yu-Ren gracefully swayed in. The upper half of its body was no different from a human's, but the lower half was wrapped in a long skirt and couldn't be seen clearly. He didn't know if it had 2 legs or a single body. Beautiful, extremely beautiful. Perhaps, it could no longer be described with such a superficial word as beautiful. They weren't humans, but in terms of appearance, even the most beautiful group of humans, the majority of the Kuan cultivators, couldn't be compared to them. It really made humans blush with shame. Age? He couldn't tell. Moreover, for the species living in the void, age was not a suitable topic to discuss. Youth, adulthood, and old age were completely meaningless to cultivator creatures. Guests have come from afar. Little demon Machida is here to receive you. Yu Ren bowed deeply. The human's etiquette was thorough and skillful. It was unknown where she had learned it from. One ear. Nobles have always hidden themselves in front of others. Since there's an opportunity, how can I miss it? Lu Xiaoyi was Dafar Fang. He had always been a free and easy person. He didn't care about trifles. If he did something, he wasn't afraid of people talking about it. If people talked about it, they wouldn't stop him from doing it. Machida pursed her lips into a smile. Then, are you here just to see what's going on? Or are you here to be a guest? She spoke very straightforwardly. After all, she wasn't human and didn't have so much hypocrisy. Even after half a day of pleasantries, she still couldn't avoid this trivial matter. Of course, for the Yu Ren tribe, this wasn't something shameful. For the continuation of the species, humans had their own ways, while Yu Ren had their own ways. Humans saw Yu Ren as too vulgar and licentious, while Yu Ren saw humans as too pretentious and hypocritical. Lu Xiaoyi was very straightforward. I'm here to take a look. If you disturb me, I'll leave immediately. If you don't mind, then experiencing the customs of a foreign race is also a part of a cultivator's life experience. Please don't blame me for intruding. Machida sighed. Among all the creatures who came after hearing the song, humans were the most difficult to serve. They were picky. They were a little misophobic, a little hypocritical, and a little lecherous. Historically, among the humans who were attracted by the song, more than half of them really came to broaden their horizons at the beginning. She found it strange that they didn't do it themselves, but liked to watch other creatures do it. These humans were really perverted. But it didn't matter. Being in the colorful mist for a long time, they would slowly lose control of their minds. There would also be some humans who couldn't resist the temptation and obediently offered up their seeds. In the end, only a very small number of them could persist until the end. They were either perverted or castrated. Their methods didn't have any malicious intent. It was a characteristic of the species. In this big bubble of mist, the more selfless creatures offered, the stronger the temptation would be. They were just going with the flow. In the end, those who were willing would just be dreaming, while those who weren't would prove their willpower. They wouldn't force anything. This was the fundamental reason why the Yu Ren tribe could survive for millions of years. Otherwise, if they offended the humans, what kind of astronomical phenomenon could stop the humans, the overlords of the universe? So naturally, it was fine. There was no need to be disappointed, and there was no need to be neglected. This was just the beginning. Since you're here to observe and broaden your horizons, this place isn't very suitable. You won't be able to see anything. Why don't you follow me to an open space? There should be other guests like you there. Perhaps you'll have more in common. Lu Xiaoyi smiled awkwardly. This was indeed a little inappropriate. You only asked for a cup of tea in a restaurant, and a cup of wine in a brothel. This was inappropriate, so he didn't say much and followed Machida out. He was very self-aware. In the blink of an eye, they were out of the single room and came to a slightly more spacious space. It was still dense with mist, but they could see many people. Including a few human cultivators, there were also groups of Yu Ren. All of them were outstanding beauties, and their voices were soft. Some were warm, some were cold, some were elegant, some were well-behaved, and some were pretty girls from humble families. In short, there was only one thing you could think of, and there was nothing missing here. In the air, there was the most primitive restlessness. His eyes were gleaming, his nose was filled with a subtle fragrance, and his ears were filled with the sound of moaning. He had never thought that he would be able to see such a scene in the world of cultivation. He had thought that this was a way to attract primitive impulses that only appeared in the mortal world. He had never thought that he would be given a real lesson here. Machida didn't stick to him and didn't let him go. Instead, she cleverly let him walk around freely. She was very clear about the psychological state of people like him. He was the kind of person who hated to have a shop assistant chattering beside him when shopping. Her guess was right. Lu Xiaoyi didn't like to have others pointing at him. He preferred to be alone and observe silently. Of course, It was okay to have someone who had the same interest as him. It was a different concept from a shop assistant. How could there be no good wine when there was a beauty? He took out a cup and a pot from the ring, and calmly drank as he watched. Even though he didn't have hooves and chicken feet to accompany his meal, he still drank with relish. At this moment, a figure floated over to him. At the same time, a wine cup was extended to him, accompanied by a voice. I've heard that your wine is a little strange. It's not brewed using the methods of the nearby universes. I wonder if you can give me a cup and let me, a wine lover, have a taste. Chapter 1089. Lu Xiaoyi smiled and filled the wine cup. He loved wine, but he was not addicted to it. When he was in the right mood, he would drink a few cups. When he was not in the right mood, he would forget about it for years. He had casually taken this pot of wine from his storage ring. Coincidentally, he had taken a pot of Qing Kong's original wine. Of course, it was slightly different from the brewing method of the dozens of universes nearby. Perhaps it was also due to the difference in the source of the raw materials and water. This person could smell it from afar. He could be considered someone who knew wine. This person was a middle-aged cultivator with a nasty face and rat eyes. He was very rare among the generally handsome cultivators. Usually, such people were very opinionated or perverted. The middle-aged Daoist took a small sip and savored it in his mouth. Then, he swallowed the remaining half of the cup in one gulp. It was as if he wanted to feel the strength of the wine. He narrowed his eyes and savored the aftertaste. Then, he smiled and said, I have embarrassed myself. Once I saw the new wine, I forgot everything else. I was Ming Longzi. I happened to pass by here and was attracted by the singing of the sirens. I thought that since there were beauties here, there would definitely be good wine. I did not expect that there would not even be a cup of tea. I tasted fellow Daoist's wine. The brewing method is ordinary, but the materials are very unique. It should be wine from the outer domain, and a very distant one at that. Lu Xiaoyi smiled and said, One ear. Fellow Daoist, you are indeed proficient in wine. This pot of wine was brought back by my master from the outer domain. I only feel that it is delicious, but I do not know why. He poured another cup for the middle-aged Daoist, Ming Longzi. The two of them stood side by side and looked at the beautiful scenery in front of them. Other than wine, Ming Longzi did not look at anything else. Lu Xiaoyi looked very carefully, from the hair to the snow-white waist. He admired it and forgot about it in an instant. Other people's eyes went in one ear and out the other, but his eyes seemed to leak. He looked but did not use his brain. Fellow Daoist Ming Longzi, what do you think is hidden under the siren's skirts? Are they two-legged like humans? Or are they like the so-called mermaids? Or are they snakes? The skirts are very strange. My divine sense cannot see through them. Ming Longzi smiled and said, If you want to know, why don't you try it yourself? Why are you asking me? I've never tried it before. However, although the sirens could not be considered as immemorial sacred seeds, they could still be considered as ancient mutants. Many of their strengths were in the lower half of their bodies that you could not see through. I heard that there are endless transformations. You can see whatever you want to see. It could take on a shape that humans liked, but it could also take on a strange shape that could withstand the void beast. The sound of sirens is famous throughout the universe. It's not a joke. Lu Xiaoyi looked around. How many universe creatures do you think have been attracted here this time? Why do I feel like there are hundreds of them? If this was the norm, how many wild bees and butterflies would the sirens attract if they continued on like this? According to the ancient records, it seems that the Ren tribe doesn't win by numbers. There should only be a few hundred of them in a tribe, right? Ming Longzi swirled her wine glass. After drinking your wine, I feel like I owe you a debt of gratitude. I think fellow Daoist Dan doesn't know much about the sirens. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. Yes, I've only glanced through the ancient records. Who has the time to go and understand them? Ming Longzi explained, there are quite a few sirens in the universe. Although there has never been a specific count, there are at least a dozen of them. You're right. Their individuals are precious, and it's not easy to reproduce. The time between estrus is also long, therefore, it's very difficult to conceive. They can only keep trying. Unfortunately, there are people like you among the guests who only look and do nothing. It makes them even more unable to stop. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Fellow Daoist, you only know how to talk about me. Aren't you the same? Since there are so many willing guests, why would there be a lack of you and me? You can't use force for this kind of thing, right? Ming Longzi sighed. Fellow Daoist Dan, you don't care about this tribe, so you're still too shallow. For the sirens to continue, they need seeds of life. The seeds come from all kinds of creatures in the universe. They are not picky, because you also know that the sirens will be born in the end. It has nothing to do with the father, but this was in the past. In the past, the great Tao did not collapse. Therefore, it was not important which tribe the seeds came from. Now, it's different. In order to have the ability to survive after the change of the new era, the sirens need to make some changes to adapt to the dangers that may appear when the era changes. When the era changes, the most important thing is the change of the great Tao. How to adapt to the changes of the great Tao is a big thing that the sirens have to consider. You have to know that the most unique thing about the sirens is not the way they pass down their inheritance and reproduce. It's that they are relatively rare in the universe. They are also a tribe that has mastered the great Tao. Lu Xiaoyi was very surprised. Oh, which Tao realm do they specialize in? Ming Longzi laughed. They don't have a fixed Tao realm choice. Whatever Tao realm the seed is, the sirens born will have that Tao realm. Lu Xiaoyi was quite shocked by this statement. Could the Tao realm be inherited? Could this be the truth behind the sirens borrowing seeds? Ming Longzi snorted and said, many people don't know the secret of the sirens because it doesn't affect anything. The Tao realm they borrow seeds to obtain is actually limited in the future. They also don't have the mentality to dominate the cultivation world. However, such a rich and colorful Tao realm distribution allows their tribe to survive in all kinds of complicated environment. Especially under the premise that the great Tao of the universe has collapsed, they value this point even more. Therefore, their main target is only humans. Lu Xiaoyi understood. What's up with those void beasts? Ming Longzi laughed. The sirens have two forms. One is a siren, and the other is a fake siren. As for void beasts, hey, you know, Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. This was just a way for the group to survive. He did not care. Whoever had their Tao realm borrowed willingly. One was willing to be beaten and the other was willing to be beaten. There was no need to pity them. The collapse of the great Tao changed the way many creatures lived. The impact was very far-reaching. Even a tribe like the sirens, who didn't care about their status in the universe, had to change and evolve towards a way of survival that they thought was more beneficial. To put it simply, the sirens had never rejected anyone. However, now that the epoch was about to change, they had no choice but to adapt to the situation. They began to pick and choose, and the target of their choice was the most vigorous human beings among the cultivation creatures in the universe. It wasn't that humans had the strongest Tao realm seeds, but that humans were the only species that had strong Tao realm potential but also lusted after women. Those ancient sacred beasts were born with Xiantian Tao, but they had precious bloodlines. Who would be willing to come to the sirens to spread their precious essence blood? Chapter 1090. Do you think these void beasts can't feel it? Isn't that a little too silly? Ming Longzi chuckled. I'm not a void beast, I don't know how they feel. However, I feel that some of the special interests of us humans are not as good as these void beasts, right? So it doesn't matter. After the two of them finished a pot of wine, Lu Xiaoyi took out another pot of wine from Qing Kong. Since he had something to ask, of course, he had to cater to his preferences. Secrets about the sirens were more obscure, and few people knew about them. However, it did not affect the overall situation. If he was willing to tell, then so be it. If he was too lazy to tell, then there was really no way to find out. Ming Longzi chuckled. He was not an alcoholic, but he loved wine all his life. The collection and tasting of all kinds of wine was deeply ingrained in his heart. As for the secrets of the sirens, what were they? It was just right to accompany the wine. You have enough wine, but I don't know if I have enough stories. The sirens have a very special body structure. Their inherited characteristics are actually more in the direction of single reproduction. However, their reproduction requires a key to open their own treasure. During this process, the biological characteristics of the external life seed cannot be replicated. The new sirens replicate the other characteristics of the seed, the more mysterious and unseen things, such as the Tao realm. After a human cultivator who is good at the 5 elements communicates with a siren, if a new siren is born, this siren will display extraordinary talent in the Tao realm of the 5 element. This will be beneficial to the siren's ability in the 5 elements after they mature. Such ability has a ceiling. Because of the shortcut, there is no possibility of the final Tao unification. Of course, they don't care about this. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. It's a way to get in touch with the Tao realm. Actually, if you think about it carefully, how many humans can achieve Tao unification? It doesn't matter. Is it because the sirens have the Tao realm, so they can easily survive in complex astronomical phenomena? Actually, this is also a way to cultivate the Tao realm in disguise, right? Ming Longzi replied, that's right. Although complex astronomical phenomena are dangerous, it also means that there are various kinds of Tao states within the astronomical phenomena. Not only can we train ourselves, we can also avoid those who have ill intentions. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, not all sirens had the talent of the Tao realm. In fact, before the Tao changed, the sirens were not picky about who provided the seeds. Since the probability of human cultivators being attracted to them was low, most of the sirens had ordinary aptitudes. This was normal. After the collapse of the Great Tao, the sirens felt the various changes before and after the change of the new era. They felt that it was necessary to strengthen the popularization of the potential of the new sirens in the Tao realm. Therefore, they paid more attention to human beings, especially those in the race who are in the breeding years. In human words, they are young and waiting to bud. So you don't have to worry about any flaws in the sirens who receive you. They are all in their first time, and they want to be in their best condition to welcome the seed of life of humans. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. You're in high demand now. Ming Longzi said seriously, for cultivators like us, the higher the realm, the less likely it is that we leave behind descendant. But even so, not many cultivators are willing to leave behind seeds in this way. Especially under the premise that the Tao has collapsed, it is always better to be careful and not easily leave behind any flaws outside. Therefore, the sirens can get fewer seeds of human elites than before. This forces them to extend the time they have to go out to find suitable seeds. Otherwise, do you think that with the luck of ordinary cultivators like you and me, we would be able to meet the legendary sirens so easily? Lu Xiaoyi asked, will there be any repercussions from a one-night stand? Ming Longzi laughed and said, what repercussions? It's no different from going to the brothels of the human domain and having a Tao companion or concubine. In millions of years, I have never heard of anyone being controlled by this. When the moon is full, the essence will overflow. If it overflows, it will no longer be yours. Why do you care where it goes? Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. He could only say, that makes sense. Of course, it has nothing to do with me. Ming Longzi smiled mysteriously. It can't be said that it has nothing to do with you. As long as you come here, you will definitely have something to do with it. However, it is not the sirens, but those void beasts. Lu Xiaoyi took out another jug of wine and asked in confusion, oh? What does it have to do with them? Ming Longzi filled the jug and said, jealousy is not only human nature. In fact, as long as it is a creature with sexual characteristics, it will be jealous. The void beasts treat the sirens as part of their race and as their exclusive property. Originally, they were very unhappy that humans stole their love. In the end, there was a change in the Tao. Now, it is no longer a matter of stealing their love. They have already fallen in love with someone else. Therefore, the hatred these creatures have for humans is very strong. In the past, When the sirens came out to find seeds, there were more disputes than peace in history. This is the result of jealousy. Lu Xiaoyi laughed bitterly. Jealousy with the void beasts? That's not nice to say. However, when I came in, I also met a few void beasts. There didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary, right? Well water does not interfere with river water. I also did not see them show any hostility. Ming Longzi laughed. When they came, they were in a state where their brains were filled with lust. Of course, they did not care about fighting. However, when they finished venting, their jealousy will overcome their impulse and they will find trouble with humans. The disputes and battles will start from there. Lu Xiaoyi did not care. It has nothing to do with us, right? We did not do anything. Ming Longzi laughed loudly. Exactly the opposite. In the eyes of the void beasts, they do not care whether you have done anything or not. As long as you come, even if you do not come, they will divide us into a whole group, humans. Furthermore, people like us will be targeted. Since we are already here, what will happen if we don't do anything? Do you despise the filth used by the void beasts? Lu Xiaoyi could not help but laugh. What a weird way of thinking, as expected of the void beast. Then what do you plan to do? Just continue watching? In the end, you did not get to eat the meat but got into trouble instead. Ming Longzi was very straightforward. After drinking this jug of wine, I will leave. This was originally a casual experience. I did not ask for anything. Of course, there is no need to linger. I wonder if fellow Daoist wants to continue watching? Or do you want to leave together? She was someone who could let go of things. Lu Xiaoyi also did not feel that there was any meaning in continuing to watch. It was just a joke on a long journey in the universe. He could go back and boast to his brothers. Let's leave together. There are many weird races and weird examples like this in the universe. I have no interest in spending too much effort on this. I have nothing better to do. Chapter 1091. Both of them were straightforward people. They toasted each other, drained their cups, and left without any hesitation. The dense aura of the sirens did not have any restraining power. Cultivators could come and go as they pleased, and there was no master to send them off or ask them to stay. From this point, this race was indeed very elegant. Their actions were just instincts for survival, and they did not feel that their actions were inferior. But even if the sirens did not stop them, other creatures would. In Ming Longzi's words, some had already finished their business. Their desires had dissipated, and jealousy had returned. Originally, there were a few humans and a dozen void beasts in the big space they were in. They were all shrouded in dense mist, but when they flew out, 3 void beasts immediately intercepted them. They pursed their lips and roared fiercely, looking extremely ferocious. Ming Longzi was just about to reprimand them when she felt a strong killing intent beside her. Something left her body. Next, the void beast that was roaring in front of her was already torn to pieces by the flying sword. The remaining 2 void beasts were shocked and fled, their faces full of vigilance and panic. Lu Xiaoyi turned his head and smiled at the 10 human void beasts in the space, as well as the 10 charming sirens. Don't worry, don't worry. Fighting in this kind of situation is very normal. After the entertainment, relax your muscles and bones. It's good for your health. He did not leave, but looked at the 10 void beasts from the corner of his eyes. His provocation was very obvious. Ming Longzi, who was at the side, felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. It was true that she liked the game Universe Void, but she did not expect this new Daoist Dan to be so cruel. He killed the void beasts just because of a disagreement. One had to know that there were close to 100 void beasts gathered here, but there were only a dozen humans. They might not even be able to work together. The difference in numbers was huge, and there was a high probability that they would be at a disadvantage in a group fight. But the one who reacted the fastest was still the master. A siren floated out. In terms of realm, it had the ability of a true monarch. But for a creature like a siren, it was hard to say how much of its realm and battle strength it could display. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Everyone is a guest from afar. Why should we differentiate between friends and strangers? Everyone, take a step back. Don't let the blood affect everyone's mood. His master was a perfected cultivator. According to the rules of the cultivation world, he should be respected and given face. Ming Longzi also tried to persuade him in a low voice. He was afraid that this swordsman would incur the wrath of the crowd and drag him, who had nothing to do with him, into these muddy waters. Swordsmen might be able to hold on, but what about him? This is the royal family of the Sirens. Fellow Daoist, please give me some face and don't be rash. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. Oh, there's a royal family among the Sirens? Ming Longzi explained, yes. As long as you have the Dao realm, you are part of the royal family. Lu Xiaoyi couldn't help but laugh. So that's how it is. If that's the case, does that mean that humans are the fathers of the royal family? The siren slowly walked over. Her voice was gentle, but her words were unquestionable. The three void monarchs were in the wrong to stop us. This human ruler was unreasonable and started a massacre. He was in the wrong. Why don't we, the Sirens, come to an agreement? Let's put aside our differences and make peace. The few void beasts didn't say much. Although they glared angrily, they obviously accepted their master's arrangement. To the void beasts, they were an extremely large and loose group. Just like the one that was killed, they didn't share the same origin as the other void beasts. They shared a common hatred for the enemy, but it was too much to say that they would live and die together. Lu Xiaoyi smiled and whispered to Ming Longzi, fellow Daoist, it's better for you to go. I don't think there will be any peace later. I might have to escape too. At that time, I'm afraid we won't be able to care about each other. Ming Longzi really wanted to stay, but a cultivator would not easily put himself in danger just because of a so-called friendship. Besides, they had only just met and a few bottles of wine had formed a friendship. The key was that his strength was not enough to allow him to do as he pleased. Thus, he smiled bitterly. It's just a visit to a brothel. I actually have to run for it. What is this? If that's the case, I'll take my leave first. If I'm not strong enough, I won't join in the fun. Ming Longzi turned and left. Logically speaking, he could be treated as someone on Lu Xiaoyi's side. He could also be treated as someone who didn't know each other. It depended on who it was. The leader of the Sirens frowned. It wasn't good to let him go before the matter was settled. However, it wasn't good to say too much. After all, the human cultivator who left didn't make a move. The Sirens were very patient, but the void beasts weren't. One of the two void beasts that retreated quietly moved outside. Just as it moved, another bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. It was a sword light that was left outside after the previous attack. Just like the previous time outside Changshuo, Lu Xiaoyi began to consciously leave sword light outside. His goal was to catch the void beasts off guard. The void beasts were all staring at him. However, they didn't know that there was a sword light of death lurking in the sky. The power of this sword attack was far inferior to a head-on sword attack. However, it was more than enough for a normal void beast. Another void beast fell at the scene. If the void beasts only saw the swordsman's violent temper during the first slash, then they saw his tyrannical strength during the second slash, as well as the coldness that disregarded all living beings. Living beings were like this. There was a fundamental difference between killing one and killing two. Thus, when the second void beast fell, the void beasts were no longer filled with righteous indignation like before. It was just like how a normal person would be furious when they heard that their window was smashed. However, when they found out that the person who threw the brick was the biggest hooligan on the street, they would no longer be angry. Instead, they would place their hopes on the authorities to uphold justice. Just like now, the void beasts were all looking at their master. The Sirens who stood out still had a calm expression. Of course, they didn't think so in their hearts. The Sirens had their own selfish motives. They had no choice but to do so. Seeing that the great Dao was about to collapse, how could they achieve the maximum number of Dao realm potentials in the Sirens tribe during the change of thousands of years? This was a difficult problem that tested the leadership's planning. The sirens were actually in a very awkward position in the universe. First of all, they didn't have a huge population like the void beasts. They could tolerate the possible loss during the change of the era. They weren't immemorial sacred beasts either. They didn't have the bloodline that was naturally close to the innate great Tao. Thus, they could only set their sights on the overlords of the cultivation world in the universe. They hoped that they could leave behind some life seeds to help the sirens to pass on their heritage and reproduce. It was easy to think about it, but it was difficult to do it. It was easy to seduce the middle-level and low-level human cultivators, but they didn't have the Tao realm seeds. When they reached the Yuanying realm, the self-control of human cultivators reached a very high level. It was not easy to seduce them. There was a very simple reason. When a human cultivator reached the Yuanying realm, it was very easy for him to find a Tao companion. Except for the fact that the Tao companion was slightly inferior to the sirens in terms of beauty, the Tao companion was incomparable to the sirens in other aspects. That was the advantage of being a human race. It was something that human cultivators valued very much. In the final analysis, the thought that those who weren't of the same race must have different intentions was still deeply rooted in the hearts of humans. In fact, every race was the same. There was no difference in this aspect. Chapter 1092. The situation in the heavenly Tao was getting more and more urgent, but the guests were getting more and more cautious. This put more pressure on the sirens. If they continued to develop slowly like this, when the era changed, most of the sirens would not have the power of the Tao state, and the situation would be full of variable. The population of the sirens was limited, which meant that their ability to resist risks was limited. This forced them to improve the quality of their population, and they needed the cooperation of human cultivators, especially the elite human cultivators. For this reason, when they went out to the universe to look for seeds recently, their behavior had changed greatly. In the past, they would have returned long ago, but now they were still wandering outside the universe, hoping to meet more human cultivators. This swordsman was so strong, and it could be seen from his sword that he had a very deep understanding of the Tao. He was the excellent seed that they needed the most. As for the dispute between the swordsman and the void beast, there were other reasons, and it was not worth mentioning. They also added fuel to the fire. One of the reasons was that they wanted the human cultivators to stay a little longer. Only by staying a little longer, the effect of the dense air would be stronger, and more humans would be willing to be guests. After comforting the void beast, the king of the sirens personally came to Lu Xiaoyi's side to accompany him. Accompanying him were two beautiful women, Machida and Bai An. She was a supreme, and it was already a great honor for her to be so humble. She could at least keep the swordsman for a little longer. The void beast is vulgar. Fellow Daoist, don't lower yourself to their level. Why don't you stay a little longer? If you leave now, many void beasts will follow and kill you. Even if you are not afraid of them with your ability, there is no need to. Lu Xiaoyi followed the host's wishes and did not refuse. He had a reason to do so. The sirens were very smart. They did not talk about their origins. They only talked about romance, the knowledge of the universe, the wonders of the sky, and the secrets of cultivation. There were many interesting things about the void beast that Lu Xiaoyi had never heard of before, and it broadened his knowledge. The sirens also understood his temperament, and they only talked about it in this direction, turning it into a popular lesson about the void beast. When Lu Xiaoyi was not killing, he was a very humorous person. Moreover, he did not mind taking advantage of people while talking and laughing. This kind of pig was actually the siren's favorite, but the supreme siren sighed in her heart. A swordsman was a swordsman after all. Every one of them was different from the rest. No matter how unsightly they looked, their hearts were as hard as metal and stone, without a single flaw. No matter how dense the mist was, no matter how hard the Makito Swana worked. Therefore, she knew that she could not keep this person with this kind of ordinary method. They did not have the tradition of forcing people to stay, so there was only one last method left. It was a dispensable, specious, and completely uncertain bait. If this swordsman did not take the bait, then there was no other way but to let him go. Supreme Siren opened her cherry lips. Since ancient times, there have been countless orthodoxies in the universe, but I sincerely admire the sword lineage. They are truly worthy of being called heroes of cultivation. Others call the swordsman a blade, but I think it is the integrity of the human race. As long as the sword vein in human cultivators is not cut off, no race can be above the human race. Lu Xiaoyi, on the other hand, was very modest. You flatter me. What integrity? He was just a simple-minded and straightforward person. Senior, have you come into contact with the swordsman before? Supreme Siren covered her mouth and chuckled. How could I be so lucky? My race lives in the negative space, so we have never had close contact with the swordsman. I heard that our race in the main world has also encountered a carefree swordsman in a distant place, but that is another matter. However, a few decades ago, there was a severely injured swordsman who got lost in the negative space. My siren race met him by chance and saved him in our settlement. Only then did we have a slight understanding of the swordsman. Lu Xiaoyi said in surprise, there is such a thing. I think your noble's righteous act must have attracted the sword vein's repayment. I wonder which nearby universe's sword vein it is. Supreme Siren sighed, I don't know. He refused to say. Moreover, his injuries have not healed and he has not left. Since we don't know his origin, how can we repay him? Moreover, my siren race never participates in the disputes of the universe's cultivation world, so we do not count on this. Lu Xiaoyi frowned. What injuries? It has not healed for decades. You can send him back. The sword vein will definitely repay your kindness. Senior, you should know that in the cultivation world, you can't just stay out of harm's way. How many things are out of your control? Supreme Siren sighed. Of course, we said these words. It is not that we are afraid of trouble and do not want to send him back. Over the years, the siren race has also formed countless good karma in the negative space. We only help the dying and heal the injured, but we do not kick people when they are down. However, this swordsman said that his sect is too far away. Even if he is in the negative space, he will have to drift for more than 100 years. There is no road sign as a guide, so how can he go back? In this way, I see that his body is getting worse day by day. I am anxious, but there is nothing I can do. My race is in the negative space and has no contact with the swordsman of the main world, let alone 100 years. If he is in the main world, won't he need to fly for a few hundred years? The reason why I asked you to stay today is to take this opportunity to see if you are willing to return with us. You are all from the sword vein. I heard that the sword vein is the most united. Even if we don't know each other, it would be good to know your background. After all, the siren race has a bad reputation in the cultivation world. There are some things that they are unwilling to tell us. However, if you are willing to speak, I am afraid that it will be different. Lu Xiaoyi understood that things were not so simple. There were no completely innocent races in the cultivation world. The siren race definitely wanted him to leave some seeds behind. He was not stupid. The reason why those void beasts jumped out to stop him was probably because of the siren race's intentions. The story of the swordsman could not be fake. This kind of deception could not be justified. With the siren race's habits, why would they do this? Lu Xiaoyi had some strength, but his reputation in the universe was close to zero. Even if he had a few brilliant battle results, it was not known in Juzian, let alone in the negative space where birds do not even shit. His actions in the past 5 to 6 years were all individual actions. The plan was only in his mind. How could someone guess his whereabouts and use the siren race to set a trap for him? If they had the time and energy, wouldn't it be much easier to send a few monarchs to deal with him? The key was the siren's reputation in the universe. The unique characteristics of their inheritance had always been talked about enthusiastically, but there really wasn't any bad news about them. Even the erudite Ming Longzi admitted to this. If a race could pretend for 1,000,000 years, then the fake would become the real thing. He pretended to ponder. I am in a hurry. Half a month or a month is fine, but if I leave for a year, I wonder what characteristics that swordsman has. Monarch Siren thought for a while. A very ordinary swordsman with the cultivation of a monarch. His clothes are very plain. Oh right, there is something strange about him. He seems to be carrying a sword box. In my experience, I don't think I have seen such a strange swordsman. Don't all of you sword vein contain swords in your body? How can there be one carrying a sword? Chapter 1093. Lu Xiaoyi decided to make a trip. He had nothing to do anyway. There were two factors that made him decide to make a trip. The first was the distance that the swordsman mentioned. It was 100 years in the negative space and a few hundred years in the main world. The second was the sword box. At least as far as he knew, in the dozens of universes near Juzian, the only sword vein was the sword plate. He had never seen anyone carrying a sword box. Of course, he could not make a conclusion just because of this. The universe was boundless and there were countless directions. The possibility of coming from the 5 rings was just one of the countless possibilities. As for the sword box, it could not be used as the only proof. Juzian had a sword plate, but who could say for sure about the other sword vein orthodoxies in the other universes? The sword box was not unique to Shenyuan either. There was no harm in taking a look. Besides, he did not think that the sirens could keep him here with their strength. The sirens had their own thoughts, and he had his own goals. In terms of attitude, he did not dislike people who approached him with their own goals, just like how he approached people with his own goals. Yuanying should not be so childish anymore. Who would do something that did not benefit them? If all of this was true, and there was really a swordsman who was taken in by the sirens for dozens of years due to his serious injuries, what was wrong with asking him for some seeds? Didn't he, Lu Xiaoyi, blackmail Taigu for a reverse space raft after helping him? Chen Yuan, perfected lord, did not look down on him. In the cultivation world, he had to be considerate of the difficulties of others. He had long understood this principle. Now that he was relaxed, he spoke more freely. If that's the case, I'll have to trouble you. I hope that I won't bring any trouble to your nobles. Senior, you've seen that I'm a bit impulsive. Sometimes, my sword moves faster than my brain. The perfected Lord Siren was also relieved. To be honest, it was too difficult to find an outstanding human cultivator and ask him to offer his seed. Like this trip, there were only a few humans who were willing to contribute in the end. Up until now, it had been nearly 5 years since they came out, and there were only a few dozen humans who were willing to contribute in the end. One had to know that the Siren's estrus period was very long. It happened once every few hundred years, and there were only a few dozen humans who were willing to contribute in one trip. Not all of them would have a result. If this continued, the situation thousands of years later would be worrisome. Most of these human cultivators were ordinary people. Although they were in the Dao realm, their realms were very limited. Most of them were even in the postnatal Dao realm, so they were not of much help to the Moran clan. What they really needed was the outstanding Dao realm of those talented human cultivators. This was the reason why she was able to tell that the swordsman was no ordinary man at first glance, and even sent out the best of her tribe to deal with him. Unfortunately, she was almost unable to hold him back. Humans were too hypocritical and pretentious. He obviously had lecherous intentions, yet he pretended to be a daoist. She was sure that if they were in a different environment, where they were more private and undisturbed, the true colors of human beings would definitely be exposed. At that time, it would no longer be a matter of whether the Yu-Ren was willing or not. It's all right. I'm not afraid to tell you. We still have experience in dealing with these void beast embryos. However, they won't be able to gain any advantage by using fake Yu-Ren. The main reason is that they are afraid of getting into trouble, so they have no choice but to do so. After all, there are too many of these void beasts in the universe. There are so many of them that races like us can't ignore their existence at all. Lu Xiaoyi smiled and said, "Fake Yu-Ren? It's really difficult to deal with the nobles' fake and real things. After all, the target of Spring Breeze is actually an inflatable tile." True Monarch Yu-Ren smiled embarrassedly. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by you. In the millions of years of history of my Moran clan, we have never been fake. However, the great Tao has collapsed, and you have no choice but to change. How to change? Directly tell the void beasts that we won't receive them in the future. If we do that, I'm afraid we won't even be able to get out of the void. This is the only way, and it's still with the guidance of an expert. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know how to deal with it. The Moran clan is not human, and we have a lot of helplessness. Please forgive us. Lu Xiaoyi shrugged his shoulders. He really wanted to ask who the so-called expert was. However, in the cultivation world, it was very rude to get to the bottom of things like this. It would make things difficult for others. If he answered, it would involve other people's private matters. If he didn't answer, it would affect the atmosphere between both sides. It was better not to ask. However, we won't lie to our human friends. This is not in line with our interest. True monarch Yu Ren said very seriously, in the reception of human cultivators, we strive for perfection. This is because we also hope to have the best seeds to help the Moran clan continue in the future. Not every Moran has such an opportunity. We need to reach the level of perfection in all aspects. If you are interested, I can guarantee that you will definitely choose them carefully. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. This matter was put on the table like this, which made him feel very strange, although he was actually a thick-skinned person. He preferred to take the initiative and not be passively arranged. Because of the agreement, he was once again arranged to stay in a single room, isolated from the void beasts that were eyeing him covetously. The purpose of this was naturally to prevent more conflicts. Lu Xiaoyi followed the host's wishes. He didn't want to stand out. The Moran clan had been doing this for millions of years. She was very clear on how to resolve conflicts between guests. He didn't need to worry. According to Shiliu, yes, Shiliu was the true monarch Yu Ren. Her clan had been out for a long time, much longer than the usual time. They were preparing to return. It would take about a year for them to reach the celestial phenomenon that they were hiding in. It was also the place where the injured swordsman was recuperating. Lu Xiaoyi didn't go out to cause trouble. He only stayed in his own space and continued his cultivation. He also compared the space's position. He needed to establish his own coordinate system, so that he could find the way home even if there were no coordinates to guide him. He could feel that the dense air mass formed by the entire sirens was moving and gradually accelerating. At the same time, humans and void beasts were constantly leaving. To the sirens, they rarely invited strange creatures to their hideout. Firstly, it was for safety reasons. Secondly, once they were out of heat, they were actually very disgusted with male creatures. They would no longer be able to imitate the beauty and magnificence of human beings. It was because of this characteristic that they would never be captured and enslaved by humans. After all, no one would be willing to spend so much effort and resources to capture a creature that would only go into heat once every few hundred years. You're bringing a stranger to your hiding place? Aren't you afraid of any danger? Lu Xiaoyi was very curious. Shiliu sighed. We Morans have our own unique abilities. We are not completely useless. For example, I am the descendant of a human's life seed. In the words of you humans, I am half human. I also have the power of the Tao realm, so whether it is dangerous or not, I am very clear. Chapter 1094. As expected, the void beasts were easily dealt with by the sirens, and they did not cause any trouble. Half a month later, the dense mass of air began to fly at full speed. This was also the characteristic of the sirens when they moved in the void. The entire tribe moved in unison, and no one was left behind. There were many Jindan sirens among them, and only in this way could they keep up with the rhythm of the main group. When the sirens came out, not all of them moved out. They would place the old, weak, sick, and disabled in the complex weather to deal with the dangers that could appear at any time in the void of the universe. It was only during this flight that Lu Xiaoyi had the opportunity to see the entire sirens. According to his estimation, among the 500 sirens, there were 6 monarchs, 39 Yuanying, and the rest were at the level of Jindan. Perhaps there were still some in their nest. Overall, For a tribe that lived in the void of the universe, they were a little weak. This was also the reason why they spent most of their time in the complex weather to enjoy themselves. The dense mass of air was very magical. It enveloped everyone, and he did not need to use any strength. This was a biological force field that was similar to a barrier. Now, it seemed that it could move quickly, and it could stop and affect people's desires. It must have other offensive functions. This was the secret of every tribe, and it was not good to ask. During the flight, Lu Xiaoyi and the sirens began to get familiar with each other. He slowly learned that the sirens were not a very isolated tribe among the creatures in the universe. Perhaps in the past, they would keep people at a distance as a form of self-protection. However, under the premise of the collapse of the Great Tao and the change of the era, it was obviously not suitable for them to stay in seclusion. Therefore, in the past few hundred years, they began to contact the outside world. Meeting, making friends, and showing goodwill. They knew very well that before the great changes of the universe, the strength of a tribe was insignificant. They had to find help and friends in the outside world, even if it was a little late to do so. Lu Xiaoyi was not the first human cultivator that they met, and he would not be the last. For example, he was the first to return to the nest with them. It was not that the swordsman was special, but the only thing that attracted him was the mysterious daoist who was recuperating in the nest. Also, after so many years, the swordsman had made a name for himself in the cultivation world of the universe. They may be cruel, but they are not capricious. Making more friends and having more potential experts in the Tao realm in their species was the way for the Morans to resist the change of epochs in the future. It was somewhat passive, but in the cruel world of cultivators, how many species could take the initiative in their hands? A year later, the dense air mass began to approach and penetrate into a complex astronomical phenomenon in the inverse space, the white star collapse. Needless to say, it was dangerous. Its biggest characteristic was that such a white star collapse body would not produce any spiritual opportunity, regardless of whether it was the jade clear or the purple clear. They couldn't be formed in this type of heavenly phenomenon. This was because as soon as there was a sign of spiritual opportunity being formed, it would be pulled in and devoured by the collapsing body. The advantage was that both human cultivators and void beasts wouldn't approach such a celestial phenomenon because there was no profit to be gained from taking the risk. This was also what the sirens valued the most. If there were no other races approaching, it meant that they were safe. The dense air mass began to decelerate. It flew around and looked for a gap in the collapsing force field until it reached a blind spot of the force field due to the special terrain. This blind spot wasn't big, but it was more than enough for a small tribe of a few hundred people. Supreme Pomegranate pointed at a small meteorite in the space and said, "Daoist Dan, that swordsman is recuperating there. Why don't you go there yourself?" Lu Xiaoyi nodded and thanked him. He slowly approached the meteorite. He was a little expectant, but he didn't have much hope. On the meteorite, a thin figure was silently sitting with his legs crossed. His breath was faintly discernible. It wasn't bad, but it seemed very strange. After circling around, he needed to approach the figure from the front. 4 unfamiliar people, approaching from the back was impolite and threatening. When he could see the daoist's face clearly, he was shocked. He knew this senior. It seemed that this senior also knew him. However, he didn't show any abnormalities. He didn't speed up, nor was he excited. He bowed from afar as if he saw a strange cultivator in the universe. His divine sense condensed into a line. Lu Xiaoyi of Shenyuan Sword Sect greets Martial Uncle Mi of Weijian Mountain. The daoist opened his eyes. This was the first time he opened his eyes in the dozens of years since he was injured. It was because he was surprised and relieved. "Xiaoyi, what a fate. Back then on the flying boat, I wanted to exchange a few disciples for you to come to Weijian Mountain, but it doesn't matter. Whether it's Shenyuan or Weijian Mountain, there's no difference. It's been almost 900 years. Martial Uncle has made a fool of himself in front of you." Lu Xiaoyi suppressed the excitement in his heart, but his words and divine sense revealed his eagerness. "I have also cultivated in Weijian Mountain for many years. We have a saying in Weijian Mountain, don't look at a thief eating meat, Look at a thief being beaten. So what? Just beat them back. Martial uncle, I can find the entrance to the main world nearby. I can also find the help of the orthodox Daoist sects. Why don't I bring you out? Martial Uncle Mi was one of the 5 fifth-ring Yuanying that was kidnapped when Lu Xiaoyi left the lower 3 stars for Chaoguang. He was also the Yuanying swordsman of Weijian Mountain. At that time, perfected Cheng of Shenyuan was also present. It was the two of them who pulled Lu Xiaoyi from a low-grade or middle-grade star region to a 5th ring. From then on, he started his life that was almost like a cheat. It also allowed a self-righteous spell cultivator to grow into a sharp swordsman. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was Lu Xiaoyi's guide. 900 years had passed, and minor foundation establishment had become Yuanying. Perfected Yuanying had also become a perfected cultivator. This was in line with the changes in the cultivation world. Those with lower realms always had to climb faster. However, this kind of encounter implied too much helplessness. With the strength of the 5th ring sword vein, when one was really far away from the universe and was alone, one couldn't avoid experiencing all kinds of hardships and tribulations that all cultivators had to go through. There was no danger. They wouldn't avoid you just because you were born with a 5th ring sword vein. On the contrary, they would be especially fierce. Lu Xiaoyi wanted to express his connections in this region in the shortest time possible because he didn't know how serious Martial Uncle Mi's injuries were. If necessary, he had to hurry and bring Martial Uncle Mi to a place where an orthodox perfected cultivator could treat him. Injuries would worsen as time passed. He didn't know before, but now he knew. Of course, he had to put this point first. Everything else was a separate matter. Martial Uncle Mi shook his head. I know my body best. If I wanted to leave, I wouldn't have delayed it until now. I've delayed it for so many years. Don't worry, tell me your story. How did you come so far away? Did Shenyuan send you? Or did you court death? Chapter 1095. It's my own fault. Lu Xiaoyi said awkwardly. Martial Uncle Mi smiled knowingly. I knew it. I don't know anything about you. Shenyuan was also very careful in hiding it. Tell me, how did you come here with your cultivation? Lu Xiaoyi recounted all the major events without concealing anything. However, he spoke very quickly as he did not want to waste too much time. He had a natural sense of closeness to his martial uncle from Weijian Mountain, just like his martial uncle Yinyi in Weijian Mountain. After listening to Lu Xiaoyi's story, Martial Uncle Mi squinted his eyes and pondered for a long time. Yes, space crack. Juzian Upper Realm. Fate transmission. Buddhist conspiracy. Daoist alliance. It's very colorful. There's also a little brat from the 3 pure ones. He looked at Lu Xiaoyi and knew what he was thinking. He comforted him. Don't worry about me. The vitality of a true monarch is not something you can imagine. I'm not immortal. I can't even last a few days. Even if you don't come, it's easy for me to sit here for decade. Don't speak so quickly. I'm old and can't understand some things in such a short time. Lu Xiaoyi was very alert. He had a feeling that Martial Uncle Mi had been persevering here, waiting for a possible change. Now that the change had come, persevering had lost its psychological meaning. When everything was explained, it could be the beginning of the deterioration of Martial Uncle Mi's injuries. He had reason to think so. As long as one could move, a swordsman, even a true monarch swordsman, would not choose to sit and wait for death. Staying in Siren's Nest for decades was a choice made by those who had lost most of their abilities. True monarch Mi's eyes were shrewd. He laughed. I think you've read too many novels. I'll explain my problem to you later. Why would I hide it from you? You've been to Weijian Mountain before and know our tradition. We're not so pretentious and we don't have so many scruples. Standing up to kill and falling down to become a corpse is a matter of course. Although you are a disciple of Shenyuan, you are still a member of my Weijian Mountain. If I have any orders for you, I will not be polite. If you want to do it, you have to do it. If you don't want to do it, you have to do it. Lu Xiaoyi heaved a sigh of relief. Since Martial Uncle Mi had said so, he couldn't go on. In fact, he didn't think much of life. In his opinion, all swordsmen were the same. They wouldn't lose their composure just because they were close to death. It was just that they hadn't seen their family for hundreds of years, and now that they were reunited, they were a little worried. Uncle Master Mi smiled. Do you want to know what I think of your reckless actions? Lu Xiaoyi knew that he was going to be reprimanded, because in the hundreds of years in Juzian, he and Qing Xian felt more and more that their initial judgment of the situation was naive. The two Jindan cultivators, even if they were from prestigious sects, had a lot of knowledge about the universe. Most of their information about the universe came from ancient books and the gossip of their elders. If a cultivator didn't enter the void of the universe, they wouldn't be able to have a clear judgment of the high-level power struggle in the cultivation world. Simply put, the two of them were self-righteous and fearless in Jindan, but in the eyes of those who had experienced it, they were the typical example of naivety and inexperience. They were the embodiment of heroism, the body that saved the universe. This was because they were fundamentally wrong about many things. Not only did they lack a deep understanding of the power outside the universe, but they also lacked a deep understanding of their own sect. These, after they advanced to Yuanying, became clearer and clearer. This was also the reason why they let nature take its course most of the time and didn't insist on finding the bottom. There were no secrets in the cultivation world. When you reached a certain level, the secrets of this level would naturally be revealed to you. If you didn't reach the level, you wouldn't even think about it. Because you didn't stand at that level. What you saw wasn't the essence of things, or only a part of the essence. How could you make the most accurate judgment? This was the price to pay for growing up. It wasn't completely a bad thing, because the elders wouldn't teach you these things. You could only fumble around on your own, make mistakes, and fail. If you couldn't walk down this path, you would pay with your life for your frivolity. If you walked down this path, you would grow stronger. Just like Lu Xiaoyi, if it wasn't for his trip to Juzian, would he have reached his current height? Would he have developed a unique school of thought like the flying sword system? Would he have had a nascent soul? Would he have had a sparrow palace? Would he have had a chance to look at the entire Xiantian Dao? Right had wrong moves. Wrong had right moves. This was how the heavenly Dao balanced cultivation. So, how could it judge the right and wrong of one's youth? For those truly great sects, the best way was to let them venture forth themselves. The further they ventured, the bigger the commotion, and the greater their achievements after surviving. Please speak. I'm listening. But I can't guarantee that I will change. Lu Xiaoyi didn't have any scruples in front of a true teacher. The five-ringed sword Vane didn't care about this either. Martial Uncle Mi was in a good mood. These little brats, five-ringed seeds, they were all the same. He could feel himself relaxing when he was with these youngsters. Of course, this was the case. Whether it was in Shenyuan or Weijian Mountain, the standard behavior of a truly outstanding swordsman had never changed. As for me, let's not talk about the details. The intricacies of the universe aren't determined by the details. Discussing the details will only lead to endless debates. You're now a nascent soul, so you should know that the rules of the universe are based on one word: power. Martial Uncle Mi opened his mouth. He wasn't a talkative person, but if he didn't say it now, he might not have the chance to in the future. The five-ringed world has been established for nearly 20,000 years, and there are countless dangers. It's not as simple or glorious as you think. Before you left, you were still a Jindan. There were many things you couldn't see, and no one would tell you. But that doesn't mean they don't exist. Everyone has the dream of repaying their debts and moving freely in the void. The five-ringed world has cultivators, but are the cultivators from other worlds just fools and honest people? In the end, the five-ringed world became a famous pirate in the universe. It wasn't just because of their ambition, but also because of their strength, planning, and perseverance over tens of thousands of years. You've only heard of the five-ringed world's glamorous side, and you think it should be like that. That once the five-ringed world's cultivator army arrives, everyone will bow down? It's not that easy. It's all done with real swords and real spears. Of course, there are many successes. There are also many failures. It's just that for the sake of publicity, it's never made public. Lu Xiaoyi also became serious. I understand. The name of the universe's planet plunderer was built with the lives of the five-ringed world's seniors over the past 20,000 years. Martial Uncle Mi stretched out his hand. Do you have wine? I've been out for so long that I've run out of wine. Lu Xiaoyi took out a pile of bottles from the five-ringed world. They were all from the five-ringed world, and they had the taste of home. Martial Uncle Mi didn't use a cup. He raised his own pot and drank 3 pots of wine. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief, and his voice became much clearer. Chapter 1096. The fifth ring snatches people. People also snatch the fifth ring. It's just that it's all done in the void of the universe and never in the realm. At the most dangerous time, the outer realm cultivators are only one step away from the atmosphere of the fifth ring. You have to know that we don't have the grand membrane of heaven and earth. Every generation has their own responsibilities. Every realm has its own responsibilities. I'm not trying to discourage you, but back then, you were just a little Jindan, and you were thinking about how to save the fifth ring. Save the world from fire and water. Save the building from collapse. I just want to ask you, what do you think of those perfected cultivators? Do those sun gods still want their face? Do those half-immortals still want to live? Lu Xiaoyi was not convinced. There will always be omissions. Half-immortals are not immortals. Besides, even immortals can't protect themselves now. A chicken feather letter can save millions of soldiers. Uncle Master Mi was so angry that she laughed. Oh, chicken feather letter? Forget it, I can't be bothered with you. The reason I'm telling you this is that there is a strict system at the top level regarding the safety of the fifth ring. This system is not from random guesses, but a long-term plan. Let me put it this way, we have never relaxed our surveillance and vigilance against any realm that has something to do with the fifth ring. This also includes some so-called masterminds behind the scenes. If they want to harm the fifth ring, there is no possibility of a sneak attack. Lu Xiaoyi was very curious. Including Zhuxian? Uncle Master, are you here under orders? That can't be right, Uncle Master, you are not suitable to be a spy. Uncle Master Mi coughed lightly. I don't know about Zhuxian, but what does that have to do with it? If it dares to approach the fifth ring, it will be discovered by dozens of universes. This also includes the negative space. Lu Xiaoyi smiled proudly. Look, our investigation is still effective. At least, even you don't know. Uncle Master Mi glared. I don't know, but it doesn't mean that the sun god perfected cultivators don't know. Kid, don't you understand what I mean? Lu Xiaoyi smiled. I know. We've been doing this since a long time ago, and we don't deliberately try to find out anything. We just work hard to improve ourselves. Yes, we only have one goal, and that's to survive. Martial Uncle, are you able to find your way back? Uncle Master Mi said boldly, we are swordsmen, and the universe is our home. Where can't one cultivate? Which part can't be improved? Where can't they fight? How many predecessors and sages have never returned after leaving the universe? Aren't they all powerful and awe-inspiring? Why was he thinking about the way home all day long? Useless. Lu Xiaoyi did not give up. Just tell me, is there a way back? Your disciple is a good-for-nothing. I'm a little homesick. Uncle Master Mi was not embarrassed at all. If I knew the way, would I have come so far? Kid, I can't help you with this. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. He knew it would be like this. All five-ring swordsmen were like this. Stubborn as a mule. Martial Uncle, I flew through the crack in space for close to 10 years before coming here. Now that I've reached the Yuanying realm, I'm afraid this path is no longer passable. How did you come here? Could it be that you were chased here by those bugs? Lu Xiaoyi had a hunch. The five ring and Zhuxian were separated by hundreds of universes. If Uncle Master Mi was just lost, he had countless directions to get lost. The probability of him being able to get here accurately was less than 1 in 10,000. Cultivators would not believe in such a coincidence. Then, There was only one possible reason why defy was so reliable. It was related to the bugs that attacked Tiger Hill. Uncle Master Mi actually did not want to say it, but since this junior mentioned the bugs, he must have seen them. He had no choice but to tell the truth. With his personality, he would either not tell his own people, or he would not lie to them. "Oh, you know about those bugs too? First, tell me the whereabouts of those insects." Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. This Uncle Master Mi really did not want to be taken advantage of. They were destroyed. Those bugs attacked the sword vein in the main world here to vent their anger. In the end, the sword vein of the Juzian upper realm attacked them from both sides, and they were surrounded like dumplings. I was lucky enough to participate in it, and I gained quite a bit. Don't worry, I didn't embarrass the five-ring sword vein. When the last bug's soul died, it knew that I came from the five-ring, and it screamed that the heavens were unfair. Uncle Master Mi was stunned for a moment, then sighed. The heavens were in a cycle, and they had finally vented their anger. However, he did not expect that the one who settled the karma would be their junior. There were some things that he had to say. When we attacked the bugs, it was just a coincidence. The bugs were very careful, and they were very fast. It was too late to go back and gather people to stop them when we discovered them. It was a return trip from a hunting trip. It was an operation by the three families of the sword vein. On the way back, we found the bugs by chance, and immediately attacked. To be honest, it was a bit risky for us to attack such a large swarm, but everyone was in high spirits. You know that, especially you Shenyuan people. The process was not bad. We successfully killed the insect queen and sun god, and then we pursued them. These words sounded very inspiring, but the risks after the excitement were not so smooth. When a race is forced to a dead end, the backlash is very strong, and it is also very troublesome. How could they not pay a price? Lu Xiaoyi's heart trembled. The truth behind the glorious battle was the most shocking. The Shenyuan swordsmen were known for their savagery, but who knew about the bloodshed behind it? He reminded himself that he did not have the right to interfere in Xuanyuan's affairs, nor did he have the ability to do so. However, in Juzian, in the shadow-shaking sword sect, he had to take the helm. The five-ring sword vein had a strong foundation, but they were not in the shadow-shaking sword vein, and they did not have a proper true monarch. If they wanted to take advantage of the situation, they had to have a good grasp of the situation. Otherwise, they might not be able to recover from a single setback. Uncle Master Mi's gaze sharpened. As the bugs were fleeing, they found an opportunity to escape into the negative space. This was also an opportunity for them to cut off their tail and survive. At the time, the environment was very chaotic. Because we had to do our best to stop them, we had no choice but to engage in close combat with the bugs. That was the beginning of our losses. By chance, I was the closest to the insectoid's hyperdrive tunnel. I thought that I couldn't let the remaining insectoids escape. You know, this kind of remnant swarm is very dangerous, even more so than a normal insectoid swarm because they have hatred in their heart. Lu Xiaoyi sighed in his heart. To put it bluntly, they wanted to cut the weeds and get rid of the root. This Uncle Master Mi was only at the very front. Even without him, there would have been others charging with him. Swordsmen did not care much about danger when fighting, and they would not care if they would be surrounded and beaten up if they charged in alone. This was a swordsman's unique temperament. If they were magic cultivators, they would definitely have made arrangements beforehand to ensure their safety. These were two different ways of fighting. Chapter 1097. I entered the negative space through the same passage as the swarm. Of course, I was beaten up by the swarm. It's nothing much, I'm used to it. But this time, there were too many swarm, and I was alone, so I couldn't handle it. Master Mi's voice became even deeper as he recalled. Old Cheng was the first to come and help me, and he was the only one. Before the others arrived, Zerg's warp tunnel was broken. If he wanted to come back, he would have to face the crazy attacks of the Zerg with the broken tail to reopen the tunnel. It's very difficult in such a chaotic battlefield. Lu Xiaoyi could imagine that in such a fierce situation, Both the swordsman and Zerg were moving at high speed. Reopening the negative space tunnel required a certain amount of time, and it was actually very difficult to do it in an instant. Even if the swordsman supremes needed a short time to open the tunnel, no matter how short it was, it couldn't be measured by the time they stayed on the battlefield. In the invincible reputation of the Sword Mountain range, how many people had paid such a price? Master Cheng, the Shenyuan swordsman. Like Master Mi, he was one of the 5 cultivators they robbed when they were transporting the cultivator seeds from Chaoguang. He was also the one who tied Lu Xiaoyi to the swordsman warship. Before Lu Xiaoyi left Green Void, he had met Master Cheng a few times. It was the two of us. We had to face countless swarm monsters, and we didn't know when reinforcements would come. So, the two of us chose to widen the distance between us and the swarm, and wait for reinforcement. It was easy to say, but difficult to do. Because of the huge difference in numbers, there were more than 20 swordsmen supremes and hundreds of Yuanying beasts. The pressure was too great. Master Mi's eyes were filled with memories, but there was no regret. In the process of rushing out, old Cheng was ambushed. A rare swarm of monsters launched a spiritual attack on him. Old Cheng didn't survive because we hadn't been swordsmen supremes for long, and our foundation was still lacking. Old Cheng was a mature person. If he didn't see me coming in, he wouldn't have come in. I won't say who killed who. Swordsmen would never consider life and death that way. We've robbed countless times in the universe together, and we've long understood where we belong. It's just a matter of time. It's nothing. However, I must avenge him. Zerg is running for his life. According to the rules of the 5th ring sword vein, if you are in the negative space, you are not allowed to pursue for too long without the support of your companions. But I couldn't care less. This swarm must be exterminated. This is the only thing I can do for Laro Cheng. If I had died there, old Cheng would have died the same way. Negative space, main world, in and out. I followed this swarm for close to 300 years, all the way here. He no longer recognized the road. So, little guy, although I'm very grateful to you for helping us take revenge, I can't point you the way home. I'm not as familiar with this place as you are. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. Although Martial Uncle Mi did not mention anything about what had happened in the past 300 years, even a fool would know how difficult it had been. Spending 300 years, giving up on cultivation, giving up on the future, just to chase after a group of fallen insects. Was it worth it? Everyone had a standard in their heart. If Martial Uncle Mi thought it was worth it, then that was enough. I really can't chase after you here. I can't fly anymore. I was taken in by the sirens, and in the blink of an eye, decades have passed. The heavens took pity on me and let me meet you again. It's like life has returned to the starting point from the end. It's too magical. Lu Xiaoyi was not moved. Martial Uncle, you should talk to me about your injuries. Although novels are boring and stupid, some people are also boring and stupid. Just tell me directly, are you going to make arrangements for your funeral? Martial Uncle Mi was very angry to be called stupid by a junior, but he could not say anything. Because he was indeed like in the novels he hated the most. He had to make arrangements for his funeral. This junior's eyes were very sharp. He had already seen through his restraint. He stared at Lu Xiaoyi. I've chased after you for 300 years. I'm exhausted. New injuries and old injuries are accumulating. My path is hopeless, and my Tao foundation is destroyed. Before, I was supported by a belief, but now that I see you, the thing supporting me is gone. Of course, I'm going to kick the bucket. Is it strange? Speaking of which, I have to blame you for losing a few decades of my life. If you came a little later. Lu Xiaoyi ignored his unreasonable pestering, because this kind of pestering must be hiding something. Martial Uncle. Stop pretending. Do you think I'm still a foundation establishment cultivator? New injuries and old injuries? Do you still think you're immortal? You can chase me here, which means you still have some strength left. You're rolling in the siren's red powder now, which means you're seriously injured. Then, who hurt you? You're afraid to tell me? You're afraid I'll lose my life to avenge you? So you don't say? You're making up a full of loopholes. Martial Uncle, Even novels are not so childish. Times have changed, and the concept of cultivators is also different. Tell me, at least I know who to guard against. When I have the time or the strength, I'll mess with him. You're not saying anything, but you're making me suspicious. Aren't you harming me? You have to come here and pretend to be a corpse, and you're not saying anything. You're pretending to be a senior, and you're leaving a mess to make things difficult for others. Martial Uncle Mi stared at this guy who had no respect for his elders. You've grown up, and you don't want to be controlled by the heavenly Tao? I'm saying my last words now, can't you pretend to be a little more cooperative? Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. Shen Yuan didn't teach me. Wei Sword Mountain didn't teach me either. Don't just talk about me. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would say even worse things. Martial Uncle Mi could only swallow his anger. I think there's a problem with the five-ring sword Vane's education. A big problem. Lu Xiaoyi was not led astray by him. Martial Uncle Mi was helpless. Since this sly guy could see through it, there was no point in hiding it anymore. He really did not want this guy to be involved in his karma. If they were in the fifth ring, he would not have to hide it. However, he was unfamiliar with this place and had no helpers. The little guy was only in the Yuanying realm, and he probably could not count on any help from the sect. After all, they were separated by a layer, and he did not want his grudges to affect the future of this young man. Swordsmen were vengeful, just like how he pursued his good friend perfected Lord Cheng for 300 years. If this little guy knew something, who knew what he would do out of impulse? Why bother? Okay, I can tell you. However, you have to promise me that you won't take risks easily. I still have many unfinished business that I need you to bring back to Wei Sword Mountain. If something happens to you, who will take care of it? Lu Xiaoyi was very impatient. Okay, don't talk nonsense. Aren't you just trying to set a framework to restrain me from taking revenge? I know all about it. How do you think I've lived for the past few hundred years? I've been living in seclusion. I won't do things I'm not sure of. If I were as impulsive as you, I'm afraid I would have reincarnated a few times. Chapter 1098. Uncle Master Mi was furious, but this was the tradition of the sword vein. They could die in any way they wanted, but they could not die in sorrow. Sorrow and sorrow should not belong to swordsmen. This little guy did it, but in a very special way. The one who hurt me was a group of strange beasts in the negative space nearby, the Azure Lion tribe. Lu Xiaoyi seemed to have understood something. The Azure Lion was a kind of strange beast from the ancient times. Like the siren, it was one of the countless creatures below the immemorial sacred beasts. But the Azure Lion's uniqueness was that it especially worshipped Buddha. Buddhist monks also had mounts. In fact, in terms of ratio, the ratio of monks riding mounts was even higher than that of Taoists. Buddhist monks were not picky about whether they were ferocious or docile. However, they had to have a dignified appearance and a powerful aura. To put it bluntly, Buddhist monks were obsessed with appearance and voice when choosing mounts. Because of the need to spread their faith, if you rode a long worm to spread the faith, sticking out its long tongue and hissing, the believers would be scared to death without even opening their mouth. Therefore, there were lions, elephants, lions, and so on. They were all majestic and had loud voices. Once they opened their mouths, they could roar like a lion, deep and profound, and thought-provoking. Among the strange beasts from the ancient times, the Azure Lion tribe was especially Buddhist. The reason was no longer clear. In any case, they never rejected Buddhist monks and were proud of being their mounts. This was something they were born with, and there was no explanation for it. Because they were Buddhist, they naturally had their own preferences in choosing friends and enemies. They were more resistant to Taoism, especially the swordsman soul cultivators of Taoism. Although Buddhist monks were used to riding beasts, they rarely relied on them in battle. Most of the time, they used them as a kind of prestige display in the process of spreading their faith. However, this did not mean that these beasts had no fighting power. In fact, many Buddhist mounts were also very fierce. The Azure Lion tribe was one of the ancient beasts with great fighting power. If they accidentally bumped into Uncle Master Mi, the probability of conflict was not small. Because swordsmen often killed these beasts to show off Buddhist power for fun. Look at you, you have serious business to do, but you provoked them, and now, Uncle Master Mi scolded, provoked them my ass. Do you think I'm stupid? Wasn't having enough trouble with the insects. Now, he had to provoke a group of beasts who flattered the Buddhists. These things were worshipping Buddha in groups, and I was just about to go through that place to the main world to keep track of the insects. If I went to another place, it would be a waste of time, so there was a conflict. They said I deliberately offended their Buddhist ceremony, so I directly slashed them with my sword. Lu Xiaoyi sighed and said, well, we've bitten off more than we can chew. Uncle Master Mi said hatefully, this pride of indigo lions is a mature pride, not a raw pride. I was in a hurry to track the swarm of insects, so I was a little careless. As a result, the lion's roar damaged my Taoist foundation. Mature lions and raw lions were artificial distinctions between the pride of indigo lions. Mature lions were raised by the Buddhists for a long time, and almost became a subsidiary of the Buddhists. Although they still lived in the void of the universe, they had completely gotten rid of the habits of those beasts, and their behavior and thoughts were similar to those of the Buddhists. Of course, they were more powerful, and because of the systematic training of the Buddhists, they had become a regular army from gorillas. Raw lions referred to those wild lions. Although they were also inclined to the Buddhists, they were still wild and uneducated, and their abilities were much weaker than those of the mature lions. Uncle Master Mi was not very lucky, and he encountered the mature lions. Of course, this was not the only reason. There were too many external factors, such as the accumulation of injuries during the 300 years of tracking. It was impossible that the swarm of insects did not notice his tracking for 300 years, so they set up a series of traps to get rid of him. The swarm of insects was a natural selection, and they abandoned the old and the weak. Uncle Master Mi was the only one, and he did not even have a chance to heal his injuries, because once he stopped, he would probably lose track of the swarm of insects. In this pride of indigo lions, 3 of them are at the level of supremacy, and they have the supernatural powers taught by the Buddhists. They are very difficult to deal with. I estimate that even if I were in my prime, I would have no problem dealing with one of them, but 2 would be very difficult, and 3 would definitely be defeated, not to mention that there are more than 10 Yuanying indigo lions. When lions are active, they work together as a group, and they are rarely alone. Their cooperation is seamless, so I want to remind you not to think about sneak attacks. Most of the time, you only see 1 or 2 lions wandering around, but in places where you are not paying attention, the whole pride of lions are actually very well coordinated. This is their nature. In the world of cultivation, dying in battle was the norm. For sword cultivators, it was also a form of glory. Compared to what I had encountered, there were actually more living beings who had died in my hands. There was no need to make it seem like there was a death grudge between us. When you become a supremacy and have friends in the same trade, I will not object to you finding trouble with them, but not now. It is not only the pride of lions, but also the Buddhists behind them. This is not something you can resist now. Lu Xiaoyi nodded solemnly, but in his heart, he did not take it seriously at all. If he could get his shadow-swaying demon blade, he could easily slaughter the pride of lions. As for the Buddhists behind them, how would Uncle Master Mi know about his current situation? He probably offended all the big Buddhists nearby, so why would he care about one more? There was no need to say these things. When they first met, Uncle Master Mi tried his best to hide it, so he could not completely see through Uncle Master Mi's injuries. But after that, there was no point in hiding it anymore. Uncle Master Mi's injuries were comprehensive. After hundreds of years of delay, some were left behind by Zerg, some were caused by the indigo lion, and some were left behind by the Buddhists. These were all mixed together. Lu Xiaoyi had cultivated for 900 years, and the only experience he had in healing was that there was no elixir in this world that could cure all diseases. Just like when he was invaded by the Buddhists before he became a nascent soul. If it was not for the coincidental reset, it was really hard to say what kind of far-reaching effects it would have on him. Swordsman was especially awkward in this aspect. Therefore, Uncle Master Mi's method was to suppress. Of course, the so-called violent treatment was only relative to the orthodox Taoists. For those unorthodox Taoists, it might be considered smart, but after a long period of delay, it was difficult for even the gods to cure. The root of the problem was his mentality, and the trigger was the death of Supremacy Cheng. Although he never said it, in his heart, he could not get rid of the shadow of his friend's death. When a cultivator reached the level of a supremacy, how could he find a good friend? Uncle Master Mi did not have many close friends to begin with, and one dead was one less friend. This was the real state of mind of Uncle Master Mi now. He was very grateful for God's arrangement, because in the last period of his life, God sent the little guy that both of them thought highly of to him, so that he could make the final arrangements. This little guy was amazing. He had already settled the score with Senior Cheng, and he never doubted that he could settle his own score as well. He just wanted to wait a little longer so that he could be more confident. Swordsmen who came from the fifth ring, no matter how strange their personalities and habits were, had one thing in common, and that was revenge for the smallest grievance. Chapter 1099. Talk to me. Don't be so full of bitterness and hatred. I've been fighting and killing for thousands of years. Only then did I understand that it's fun to be able to set up the Dragon's Gate formation. I've been tired my whole life. I don't want to think about these big things anymore. I don't owe anything to the sword vein. I'm proud of it. As for the heavenly Tao, screw it. I'll leave it to others to worry about. Lu Xiaoyi wasn't sad. He wasn't such a person. Those who were leaving weren't sad. Why would he cry? Couldn't he let others leave in a more carefree manner? Everyone would have to go through this sooner or later anyway. He could resolve some of the Buddhist energy in Uncle Master Mi's body. However, he couldn't resolve it completely. This was because these injuries had completely merged with each other. All he could do was let Uncle Master Mi drag on for a few more years. No swordsman would endure such a struggle. He could endure it previously because he didn't have a place to stay. However, it was different now. Uncle Master, have you been to Qing Kong? Why are you asking about Qing Kong? Shouldn't you be asking about the fifth ring? Of course I've been there. However, that was a long time ago. Why? Is there someone you're worried about there? There's no need to ask. According to the probability of the cultivation world, whether it's your Tao companion, your friends, or even your son or grandson, they're probably dead. When you return, you might not even find their graves. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. This old man was taking revenge on him for speaking rudely before. How petty. How could he call him senior? However, when it came to infuriating others, he had never been careless. I don't have much to worry about. It's just that I entered the spatial rift from Qing Kong. That's why I asked. I'm more afraid of being restricted. I don't have any children or grandchildren. My Tao companion is everywhere. Qing Kong is gone, but I still have some Juzian. Even Juzian's is gone. Look at this large group of sirens. Can you guess why they invited me back? Hehe, they invited me back to plough the land. As for you, you're just here to take a look. Martial uncle, you've been here for decades. How much land have you ploughed? Our Xuanyuan's orthodoxy educates everyone regardless of background. You can also spread your branches and spread your leaves. In any case, you have nothing to do. Martial Uncle Mi was very depressed. He realized that Xuanyuan's lawlessness was especially obvious in this guy. Well, if he wasn't brave, how could he come to such a faraway place and live so happily? You brat, I'm warning you. The sirens were not as simple as they looked. Those pure and kind-hearted races had long been eliminated in the course of cultivation in the universe. The remaining ones must have their own trump cards for survival. Although I was saved by them, and I have feelings for them, it doesn't mean that I think they have the quality to do good deeds every day. It's just that I haven't figured out their purpose yet. I'm warning you now, lest you blame your martial uncle for not warning you when you die under the peony. Now that the great Tao has collapsed, the epoch has changed. It's better for you to keep those great Tao life seeds for yourself. Don't spread them all over the world and create a pile of karma fetters. Let's see how you deal with it in the future. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. Martial uncle, what's the fifth ring's attitude towards the collapse of the great Tao? What's our sword Vane's opinion? Martial uncle Mi glanced at him and suddenly realized that when this guy left Blue Sky, he was just a small Jin Dan. There were still many internal affairs of the sect that he didn't know. This was Xuanyuan's iron law. Only when a cultivator reached Yuanying could they unlock it one by one. This little guy was now Yuanying. According to Xuanyuan's rules, he had the right to know some of the sect's secrets. Since he couldn't return in a short period of time, he had the responsibility to answer this question. This was to prevent this little guy from making a fool of himself in the future, or even misjudging the situation. What goes around comes around. A few hundred years ago, he and senior martial brother Cheng brought this little guy to the fifth ring. A few hundred years later, he was going to teach him the core secrets of Xuanyuan's sword sect. It seemed like the Wei Sword Mountain and this little guy's fate couldn't be cut off. This made him very happy. These things were inseparable in the sword vein. Among the higher-ups of the sword vein, that person's existence wasn't a secret. When he was alive, he had a very deep relationship with the Wei Sword Mountain and the Firmament Sword sect. He was a figure revered by the entire fifth ring sword vein. In a sense, his status was even higher than the founding ancestors of the various sect. When you were here in Juzian, when the virtuous Great Void began to collapse, did you hear any rumors about the sword vein? Lu Xiaoyi immediately reacted. Of course I did. They said that the first person behind the destruction of the innate Great Tao was someone from the sword vein, but this kind of thing can't be recorded in words. So I couldn't find any similar records and could only hear about it from hearsay. But from the looks of it, many people in the Tao sect are familiar with it. Instead, it's the sword vein that's afraid of it. I don't know why. Martial uncle, is what they said true? Martial uncle Mi looked at him calmly. Little Yi, what I'm going to say next is very important. Just remember it in your heart and don't spread it around. Remember, others can say it, but you can't. It's fine as long as you understand it. Lu Xiaoyi was a little confused, but he knew the severity of the matter. He knew that Martial Uncle Mi was going to say something important that wasn't convenient for others to hear. I understand. They can say it because it's none of their business. They're bystanders who aren't affected by karma. We can't say it because we're the sword vein. We're in karma. We're in the game. Martial Uncle Mi nodded. Good, you're not stupid. Then what I'm going to tell you is that the first person in the Black Hand who lost his morals was indeed the swordsman. And it's the 13th ancestor of your Shenyuan sword sect. Tell me, how can such a big matter concerning the heavenly Tao be casually mentioned? It's the swordsman who went out to fight with others at the Foundation establishment stage and talked about the 13th ancestor. How can you do that? So, the iron rule of the dome is that cultivators don't enter Yuanying, and don't mention anything about the 13th ancestor of Shenyuan. It doesn't fall behind the scriptures. Only when you enter Yuanying will you unlock part of it. Only when you become a perfected lord will you be able to understand most of it. If you want to fully understand it, I'm afraid even a half-immortal can't do it. You must know that the great Tao of morality is the Tao of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. Making wild guesses about it will incur the wrath of the heavens, especially us five-ringed sword vein cultivators who are deeply involved. That's not a joke. Lu Xiaoyi was shocked by this news. He'd long heard from Slug and the others that the one who lost his morals was the swordsman, but he'd never thought that such an amazing person would be in his own sect. And he was so close to him. Regarding this, he didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure. Would it cause any trouble for his future path? Again, this kind of crazy behavior was very much in line with his thoughts. If it were him, he would have done the same. Of course, he might not be able to reach that ancestor's level. Crow Peak. Martial uncle, the 13th ancestor is called Crow? That's not a good name. It's comparable to my cigarette butt. Chapter 1100. Look at what you're capable of. How dare you compare yourself to the crow ancestor? Martial Uncle Mi really wanted to shut this brat's mouth, but his reaction was not surprising at all. Because in the fifth ring, almost every new Yuaniing swordsman had the same reaction when they found out that the soul of their sword vein was a madman who dared to pull down a Xiantian Dao. It was as if they were on steroids. How could the 5 rings of the sword range be so united and monolithic? It was because they shared the same soul. Then, what they said was true. The crow ancestor's violation of morals was intentional. He had already predicted the changes that would happen. Was it to start a new era? Then, is the crow ancestor still around? If he's still around, wouldn't we swordsmen have the thickest leg in the universe to hug? Martial Uncle Mi struggled to control his emotions. He realized that he could not be led astray by this brat. The sword vein's attitude towards what you've said is that we do not admit, do not deny, and do not take responsibility. As for the deeper things, you need to reach the level of true monarch before you have the right to understand them. What I want to say is that the fifth ring is a world of human cultivators. It's formed by many of the strongest, oldest, and most traditional factions. How did they slowly become the most famous raiding group in the universe? Lu Xiaoyi's eyes lit up. Martial Uncle, I understand what you mean. This is a kind of preparation. A kind of preparation in the early stages of a great change. It's not easy to tell the truth, so they can only use raiding to train. Stop, stop, stop. Martial Uncle Mi had no choice but to interrupt him. If he continued, who knew what kind of crazy things he would say? Some things, you just have to think and judge by yourself. You just have to know what you're doing. The universe is ever-changing, and there are all kinds of factors mixed in it. Who can fully grasp it? How can you be so confident 10,000 years ago? Don't forget, there's more than one Xiantian Dao. There are 36 of them. Even the Dao of Zenith Heaven has 5, and there's never only one Dao of morality. That's why you shouldn't think like that. Just like how my 5-ringed sword vein can influence the changes of the entire universe and the change of a new era. What a dangerous idea. This is how I see it. It's like you pry a rock from the top of a mountain. When the rock rolls down, it may cause a partial collapse, or it may cause a mudslide or an avalanche. It may destroy the small village at the foot of the mountain, or it may destroy the entire plain, or perhaps, it was just a piece of rock that rolled down the mountain and was smashed by someone to pave the way. This process can never be controlled. No one can do it, not even the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. Lu Xiaoyi was not convinced. You could have done some foreshadowing before prying the stone. If you want a mudslide, you have to loosen the mountain first. If you want an avalanche, you have to choose a time when the heavy snow seals the mountain. If you want. Uncle Master Mi covered his mouth and said, Ancestor, can you stop talking? You want to see the world in chaos and take advantage of the chaos. If there are more people like you in Shenyuan, it'll be over sooner or later. Even the allies around you will be unlucky. Lu Xiaoyi broke free and wanted to talk back. After thinking about it, he decided not to. It would be a sin if he angered Uncle Master Mi to death. He could only choose not to go overboard. In times of peace, one should hide one's strength and bide one's time. Blindly making enemies will lead to public anger. Sooner or later, you'll be attacked by groups and fall apart. In times of chaos, it's not possible to live in seclusion. You have to make a big fuss, pull up the mountain, and erect that. In times of peace, there are virtuous people. In times of chaos, there are ambitious people. Only when you're arrogant enough will people follow you. At the very least, people won't dare to target you. It's like fighting for territory on the streets. The big gangster will always be the last to appear. Uncle Master, I understand now. The danger that Qing Xian and I are worried about is actually nothing in the context of the entire universe. It's just one of the countless waves. We don't need to care about what kind of waves will come. We just need to make sure that our waves are big enough. Uncle Master Mi felt that she couldn't say anything more. This little guy was as smart as a monkey. If you told him something, he could deduce a few steps. She didn't know if this kind of intuition was good or bad for a cultivator. There are many big gangsters. You have to be clear. We're not the only ones who play with swords. Lu Xiaoyi didn't say much this time. Of course, he knew that among the big gangsters, there were also Buddhism, Orthodox Taoism, ancient sacred beasts, physique and meridians, and the negative space. After Uncle Master Mi's reminder, he was even more clear about the meaning of his trip to Juzya. Was there a meaning? Of course there was. He climbed to the top of the wind. Only here could he borrow the wind to go up 3,000 feet. Only then could he be considered to have chosen the right place. Only then could he have the opportunity after coming to Juzyan. Otherwise, if he stayed in Qingtian, how could he reach his current height? Was it meaningless? Not bad. His worries and the letter he left for Xiao Ya were completely insignificant when placed in the context of the universe as a whole. Just like the little brat at the entrance of the village who saw a few enemy soldiers sneaking around outside the village, this was the most important thing to the little brat and the village. But if you stood a little higher, you would realize that what happened in the village was just one of the countless similar abnormalities that happened at the border between the two armies of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Then what should the little brat do? From Lu Xiaoyi's point of view, the little brat should do what the little brat should do. Do what he thought was the most important. Run back to the village to inform the villagers. Raise the hoe to protect his home, his village. As he slowly grew up and gained more strength, he would be able to participate in this magnificent change and play his role on a bigger and bigger stage. Until he could lead an army, rule the world. Of course, this was a story for later. It was a dream. Everyone had to have a goal, otherwise they wouldn't know their direction. Uncle Master Mi's words gave him a clear understanding of himself after 100 years of confusion. Did he know what he was doing? Should he continue? What was the meaning? This was very important. For a cultivator, if you didn't have a goal, your cultivation would be half the result with twice the effort. A more realistic meaning was that he really didn't need to be in a hurry to verify certain things, to listen for information, and to take risk. He also didn't need to be in too much of a hurry to find a way home for the sake of reporting the news. There was still time to make plans when he encountered it. The fifth ring had been preparing for this change since more than 10,000 years ago. Perhaps it was a little vague, but preparation was preparation. Only the most far-sighted realms in the universe's cultivation world would do this. Sharpen the sword even sharper. He had to make the spell even more powerful. Make the resources even more abundant. Everything was for the sake of the unknown. The position of the butt was different, and the things one saw were different. Lu Xiaoyi now had a deep understanding of this point. Chapter 1101. Where did your sword case go? I vaguely remember that you belong to the lineage of external swords, right? Uncle Master Mi was very doubtful. Lu Xiaoyi played it down. I found it troublesome to carry it on my back, so I refined it into my head. Uncle Master Mi's eyes widened. Troublesome? Changing from external swords to internal swords? This was a little unacceptable to him. After playing with external swords for a lifetime, he had deep feelings for them. He felt that external swords were the real flying swords, and not those balls that were rolled up into a ball and no longer had the shape of a sword. Show it to me. Lu Xiaoyi did not care. The sword light in his head rushed out. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of sword lights filled the sky, clashing back and forth. Sword Aura River. This kind of sword light division was actually Uncle Master Mi's current level. This was because the sword light of external swords was not easy to divide, unlike internal swords which were formless. Lu Xiaoyi had not used his Dao state yet. He was afraid that this Uncle Master would think that he had changed his Dao to Buddhism and become the first Buddhist sword celestial in the cultivation world. Uncle Master Mi's expression was very ugly. Even if this disciple was extremely talented and could do things that other external swords could not, even if he was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with an external sword-perfected monarch like him in the Yuanying realm, he still could not forgive him. You have forgotten your ancestors. You actually changed your flying sword into a sword ball? If you go back to the dome, what will happen to your Xuanyuan's sword aura rushing to the heavens pavilion? What will happen to the persistence of past external swords? In the future, Shenyuan will no longer have external swords, and will become the master of internal swords. The more Uncle Master Mi spoke, the angrier he became. He did not expect that the thousands of sword lights would converge in the sky, leaving only one sword light in front of him. He saw it very clearly. It was not the sword aura of the sword ball, but a real flying sword. It was exactly the same as the ones used by external swordsmen. Yes, there were differences. The flying sword emitted a boundless aura that even he could not see through. It was as if the sword contained a part of the universe. What is this? Lu Xiaoyi stretched out his hand and caught the flying sword in his hand. The flying sword lengthened with the wind and instantly became a 3 feet long sword that was even colder and more threatening. Lu Xiaoyi held the sword in his hand. He first used the Hua Shan splitting technique, then the white crane drawing sword. Finally, he brandished the sword a few times and laughed loudly. Martial uncle, your way of thinking is outdated. Disciple's flying sword, if I want to go in, it will go out. If I want to go out, it will go out. If I want to go out, it will go out. How could a real sword be divided into internal and external? What was the difference between near and far? You see, my system has a place among the various branches of the Shenyuan sword school. I'm not being arrogant, am I? In another 10,000 years or so, the younger generation might have to call me Lu Zhu. This request isn't too much, right? Uncle Master Mi was speechless. This little guy's abilities made him speechless. Dividing the sword vein into inner and outer swords had been the rule of the sword vein for tens of thousands of years. It wasn't that the sword vein had to be divided into inner and outer swords, but it had to be divided. The ravine within could not be filled. Who didn't know that it was better to have only one bloodline? To cultivate both internal and external, to do as one pleased. But those who could truly do this, including the sword god in their hearts, Crow Zhu, seem to have not done it in the past 10,000 years. Countless seniors of the sword vein could not do it. They did not even dare to think of such a magnificent feat of fusion. Yet, this brat managed to do it so easily. Of course, one could not say that he had become an internal sword, but he was definitely no longer a traditional external sword. If his method could be popularized, then what was the harm in calling him Zhu? It was too worth it. Lu Xiaoyi sheathed the sword into his brain. Martial uncle, you're famous now. One day, when the younger generation asks, which swordsman was the first to see Lu Zhu's sword skills? The ancient records would at least mention that it was Wei Sword Mountain's true Lord Mi who discovered it first. It's funny how that guy still had the will to die when the sword vein was revitalized. Comparing the two, the difference between the clouds and mud is obvious. Martial Uncle Mi's mood had changed drastically in this short period of time. First, he was dissatisfied, then he was pleasantly surprised, and now he was furious. But a perfected cultivator was a perfected cultivator after all. He immediately realized that this little fellow was deliberately provoking his anger, hoping that this provocation would change his attitude towards his own injury. No matter what injury it was, as long as the will to live was there, everything was possible. Without a goal to live on, naturally everything would be over. This was the most basic treatment. Only when the person had the will to live, then he could consider other things. After living for so long, he was almost fooled by a younger generation disciple. This made him very emotional. This was a really daring person. He did not care about external enemies, nor did he care about his seniors. Even Crow Zhu was nothing in his heart, right? Listen, even Crow Zhu could not fuse the internal and external sword vein, but Lu Xiaoyi did it. Shenyuan was such a freak. After thinking it through, he did not care anymore. This kid did not treat him as a senior, and he was too lazy to treat him as a junior. He knew his own body well. Since the junior wanted him to pull himself together, he had to at least pretend. In the cultivation world, confidence was important, but confidence could not solve all problems. Okay, then this old man will borrow your glory. Brat, I've asked you so many questions, but you've never asked me anything. Don't you have any friends in the 5 rings azure sky? Or are you used to being a bachelor? Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Most of my friends were not at a high level. How could you know them, Uncle Master? But I don't know if Uncle Master Mi has any impression of one person. Uncle Master Yin Yi of Weijian Mountain, do you know this person? Uncle Master Mi smiled. Of course I know him. He's still alive, and now he's yuanying like you. Why, have you met him before? Lu Xiaoyi nodded. Of course, during those years at Weijian Mountain, it was Uncle Master Yin Yi who took care of me. I ate and drank his food. I'm afraid that one day when I go back, I won't be able to see him again. Not only Yin Yi, there were actually many others. The hall masters who helped him at the Dome of the Five Rings, Yang Peng, Yang Bo, the few pieces of Qing Kong, Nan Zhenren, the old men on Zhonglao Peak, and so on. After cultivating until now, he realized that a cultivator's biggest enemy was time. Time would slowly take your friends away from you without leaving a trace, leaving you helpless and unable to find a target to vent your frustrations. The two of them talked slowly. In fact, it was mainly Uncle Master Mi who spoke, while Lu Xiaoyi listened. He talked about the history of Shenyuan, the history of Weijian Mountain, the formation of the sword vein, the structure of the five rings, and the complicated relationships. This was what he saw from the perspective of a Uncle Master. It was very important to Lu Xiaoyi, because one day he would go back, and he could not be confused. Among them, the most important were the traces left behind by Uncle Master Mi. He indeed could not find the way back, but that was only referring to the latter half of the journey. In the beginning, when he was ambushing the insect swarm and then following the insect swarm, he was still very clear about his position. However, as he chased further and further away, he slowly lost his position in the universe. But there was one thing. Every time he passed by an anti-space, the corresponding boundary of the main world, as long as he knew, would tell him everything, no matter how big or small. At least, it let him know which places he would pass by on his way back home. It was definitely not comprehensive and limited, but it was still a kind of guide when he was lost. It was much better than flying around by himself. Chapter 1102. I have an anti-space raft, you can take a good look at it. Mi Shishu took out a raft from the fifth ring, but Lu Xiaoyi did not take it. Mi Shishu smiled. Cultivators should be indifferent to life and death. Swordsmen should not give up on life because of sorrow, but they should have the dignity to leave with dignity. Living for the sake of living is like living maggots, not drinking wine and killing people. Moving freely in the void is no different from death. At some point in the future, I will use a forbidden technique to heal myself and fight for a chance to live. My life and death will be in the hands of the heavens. But before that, I have the right to make arrangements for my funeral. Only then did Lu Xiaoyi take the raft, feeling helpless. To be honest, his persistence was a bit excessive. Every swordsman had the right to choose their own fate. Between persistence and giving up, he did not have the right to ask an elder to reconsider his choice. But he still did so because of his selfishness. In this strange world, he needed the help of an elder who knew him well. This was his limit. He would not force his Shishu to do anything in the future. He felt that his Shishu had some problems with his Shishu's state of mind. Maybe not. When he was talking to his martial uncle, the sirens did not disturb them. In this regard, they were very humane. Until a month later, True Lord Mi stood up. This was the first time he had done so in decades. During this month, Lu Xiaoyi had drunk all the wine in his ring. Not only did he drink from the fifth ring, but he also drank from Juzian. Mi Shishu loved wine, which was also the hobby of most swordsmen. This was a failed pursuit. Arrogant and willful. Irresponsible to his friends and not cherishing himself. If I had not met you, I would have become one of the many high-level cultivators of the fifth ring sword vein who had disappeared without a trace. No one knows where I went. What happened? Who was the enemy? This was the pride of a swordsman, but also the sorrow of a swordsman. We know that this is not the best way, but we will still do it. This was because after many swordsmen had died in foreign lands, there would be a portion of swordsmen who would eventually return and become even stronger. I am the former, and you are the latter. Therefore, the process is actually the same, only the result is different. Lu Xiaoyi felt a little sad. Martial uncle. True Lord Mi waved his hand. Every swordsman has a supreme dream, just like the crow ancestor. Not everyone could be like him, able to go out and come back. You're stronger than me, so don't restrain yourself. Do what you need to do what you want to do. Swordsman, as long as you're happy. True Lord Mi took a deep breath. In my entire life, what I hate the most is being seen by others as weak. In the end, I even let these foreign creatures watch me for decades. I can't even protect my integrity. But I want them to know that the reason the swordsman has been here for so many years is not because he's afraid of death, but because he's waiting for something. Kid, stay away from me. I'll let you see the true ability of the Wei Sword Mountain. From afar, a few true monarchs Shiren cast their gazes over. They also felt something. They saw that the swordsman who had not stood up since he hid here suddenly seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. He brandished his sword in the void, and the sword light scattered everywhere. They shook their heads as they saw this because this was the final radiance of the setting sun that was squeezing out his potential. The true lords were very clear about this. Following that, the new swordsman also joined in. He brandished his sword, and in an instant, half of the siren's camp was messed up by the sword light. However, in the next moment, a long cry was heard, as if he was shouting with his life. The cry was filled with heroism and passion, as if he was rushing towards a new life, but there was no trace of unwillingness. Then, it stopped abruptly. Swordsman was really a strange group. After a while, Lu Xiaoyi came in front of True Lord Pomegranate and smiled. True Lord, arrange it. This old man is really troublesome. He took up my time for more than a month. How much time was wasted on listening to him? True Lord Pomegranate was a little confused. The swordsman of the same bloodline had died, shouldn't he be mourning? Why did he suddenly ask for arrangements? Of course, there was still time. There was still a month or so before the mating period ended. However, weren't humans the most particular about the mood? Or were they deeply hurt and wanted to vent? Each and every one of them was a freak. However, she did not ask further. Others would not understand the world of freaks. Moreover, they were outsiders. As long as they were willing to give up their life seeds, nothing else mattered. All right, as you wish. Then, fellow Daoist, you should have some understanding of my sirens. Among these beautiful girls, which one do you like? Machida? Or others? Lu Xiaoyi laughed. For the continuation of my race, I am willing to do my best. Machida and the others are of course good. However, how can I be biased when there are so many beauties in front of me? I wonder if True Lord is interested. Since we are old cows pulling broken chariots, we should start from ourselves. True Lord Pomegranate smiled. This swordsman was also a pervert. He liked to gnaw on tree roots. It was nothing much. The sirens reproduced regardless of their realm or age. That was everyone's responsibility. As long as they were alive, their function was still there. Since fellow Daoist is interested, Pomegranate dare not accompany you? Lu Xiaoyi followed her and said casually, since Sister Pomegranate has lived in this area for a long time, I believe you are very familiar with this place. I wonder if you have heard of a group of azure lions nearby? Pomegranate knew that this was indeed the case. This swordsman also had his own motives. Originally, when he met his fellow sirens here, he owed the sirens a favor. He could not open his mouth again. Therefore, Dafa's contribution was actually just to find out some information. This was not strange. In the cultivation world, how could there be a true contribution? Everyone had to take what they needed and get what they wanted. Azure lions? Of course I know. We have lived in the same space with them for tens of thousands of years. We know too much about it. Why don't we talk while doing it? It will save us from boredom. Lu Xiaoyi did not act pretentiously. In this place, he could not find a way to find out the details of the azure lions without attracting attention. Therefore, he might as well directly exchange benefit. As natives, No one would know the details of the ancient ferocious beasts better than them. Without the sirens, he could not find anyone else who knew the details of the azure lions. Not only could he entertain himself, but he could also find out about the enemy. Why not? As for whether he should or should not, he had never considered those mortal etiquette. Martial Uncle Mi was right. If he wanted to do it, then he should do it. Who cares? The sirens walked towards the deepest part of the dense fog. The other sirens did not have any jealousy. This was not a relationship, but a transaction. Moreover, Lu Xiaoyi also doubted whether this race understood emotions. Looking at Sister Pomegranate's swaying limbs in front of him, he finally had a chance to find out what was hidden under the thick dress that could block the divine sense of cultivators. Was it 2 legs? Or Chapter 1103. A month later, a spirited Lu Xiaoyi left the celestial phenomenon where the sirens lived. He left decisively and no one sent him off. The transaction was completed. They did not owe each other anything. Arriving at the void, he needed to determine the direction. He needed to hurry. He did not want to wait until the future to make a trip to solve the problem of the azure lion. He also did not want to gather the Shadow Sword sect to make a big fuss. He was alone. He had the most freedom to do as he please. Because according to the sirens were the biggest opponent in the negative space for thousands of years. In fact, the sirens were not prosperous. This was due to the characteristics of the azure lion. For example, there was only one azure lion in the nearby airspace. There were 3 true monarch azure lions, 11 Yuanying, and no more than 10 Jindan cubs. They were a small group. However, because of their good fighting power and teamwork, they were also famous in the nearby airspace. The key was that they had Buddhism as their backing. Ordinary forces did not dare to provoke them. Lu Xiaoyi really did not care about these. As a fugitive in the negative space, being alone meant that he could do whatever he wanted as long as he was not afraid of death. In the negative space, there was also a Dharma assembly. This was a festival that belonged to the natives. It was very difficult for outsiders to participate. They did not even know about it. In the negative space, the vitality was hidden in the rare celestial phenomenon. These celestial phenomena were usually not on the route that the main world cultivators placed in the negative space. Hence, it was very difficult for outsiders to notice. It was the same for places like the sirens and the indigo lions that relied on their nest. In order not to get lost, the main world cultivators would strictly follow the directions of the route when flying in the negative space. They would fly on a fixed route and would rarely turn around randomly. This was because the consequences of turning around randomly were very scary. You would not be able to find the way back. The natives referred to the void beasts that wandered in the negative space, various ancient beasts. Of course, there was also the owner of the negative space, the cultivators of the Heaven's Choice continent. There was only one kind of outsider, the cultivators from the main world. They were also viewed as enemies by the natives of the negative space. Fortunately, the cultivators from the main world never had the goal of invading the negative space. They basically came to the negative space for one purpose, to take shortcut. After a long time, they formed a peaceful balance. On this day, the famous celestial phenomenon in the negative space, the heavenly planes, ushered in the once-in-a-decade Dharma assembly, the Lion's Roar Assembly. Dongji Tianyuan was actually an annular belt of a large planet. It was mainly formed by the collapse of the large planet itself, or by a small number of scattered meteorites in the universe that were attracted here. Under the attraction of the large planet, it formed an annular belt of meteorites. Because the composition of the meteorites here was quite special, they were like honeycombs of various sizes, so when they revolved around the large planet, they would emit cavity noises unique to the universe. This kind of noise didn't spread through the air but existed in the form of a shockwave. In fact, in the universe, this kind of shockwave was everywhere. It was a sound that belonged to the universe. The problem was that when the countless beehives of various sizes in the annular belt emitted this kind of shockwave together, the noise formed was very terrifying. Ordinary creatures would not be able to tolerate it. It was a kind of endless mental harassment, just like how ordinary humans could not tolerate a decibel higher than 100 decibels. Such a special celestial ring was called the heavenly planes by the natives. And the azure lions were one of the masters here. They were one of the masters. Because there were other lion groups here, such as the red lion group, the white lion group, the manticore group, and so on. They didn't bother with the noise. Instead, they enjoyed this kind of sound, just like birds in the sky and fish in the sea. This was the habit of an individual group, and it was understandable. Every few decades, a similar Dharma assembly would be held in the heavenly planes. It was unknown how it started, but it was definitely supported by the power of Buddhism. Only human cultivators would like to spread their faith like this. The power of Buddhism mentioned here didn't refer to the power of Buddhism from the autonomous world, but the monks from the Heaven's Choice continent. Under the suppression of Taoism, the monks of the origin world didn't have any extra power to send to these barbaric and untamable ancient strange beasts. In the void of the universe, there were many kinds of creatures. Ordinary cultivators couldn't see them because the universe was too vast, but it wasn't because they didn't exist. Among these creatures, the difference between void beasts and ancient strange beasts was very difficult for outsiders to distinguish, but there was a very basic principle here. Void beasts would never be enlightened, they were used to freedom. If they didn't have freedom, they would rather die. No matter if it was Buddhism or Taoism, it was useless no matter who came. They would never have a fixed place to live, they would always wander in the void, and they would always act based on their instincts. These were void beasts. Strange beasts were different. Not to mention ancient strange beasts, they were too high-end, and their existences in the universe were usually in the single digits. They basically stayed in the Heaven's Choice continent to fight against humans, they wouldn't wander in the void of the universe. Those that lived in the negative space were usually ancient strange beasts, like the sirens and lions. There were many of them. Their characteristic was that they could partially accept the enlightenment and influence of humans. Some were more Buddhist, like the azure lions, some were more Daoist, like the four odd beasts, most of them were uncertain, they would be whoever they met, they were full of variable. Ancient strange beasts had places to settle down, they were usually at the celestial phenomenon level. They had their own groups and racial structure, unlike void beasts, where the son didn't recognize the father, and the grandfather would swallow the grandson. Zhuangji Tianyuan was a paradise for lions, because they enjoyed this kind of noise all the time. It also gave birth to one of their instinctive divine abilities, lions roar. But there were differences between different groups of lions. For example, the azure lions were focused on Buddhism, other groups of lions didn't have such a preference. Zhuangji Tianyuan had more than 10 groups of lions, they were all different and wilder, but there was one thing, none of them were biased towards Taoism. What was going on? Were lions and Taoism at odds? It was also because of this that the azure lions would hold a Dharma assembly every few decades to spread Buddhism, hoping to bring Buddhism to greater heights in Zhuangji Tianyuan. This was a predictable goal, it just needed time, because for stubborn creatures like ancient strange beasts, it was a slow process to change their beliefs from generation to generation. Fortunately, the Buddhists never lacked patience. Such enlightenment was everywhere in the negative space, in the main world. This was one of the methods Buddhism used to fight against Taoism. Not only did they have to compete with humans, they also had to compete with other cultivation creatures. Because Taoism didn't place enough importance on these ancient creatures, it gave Buddhism a chance. This was a long-term plan, it had been implemented for many years, and it would definitely continue. It was a part of the spread of Buddhism. But with the changes in Tao, this process might have to be sped up. This was the reason why the Lions Roar Assembly, which was originally held once every few hundred years, was now held once every few decades. Chapter 1104. On this day, on one of the giant meteorites in the heavenly plains, lion roars could be heard. From time to time, a stream of light would pass by, and one after another, ferocious lions would land. This was the territory of the indigo lions, and they had territorial awareness. The entire circular heavenly plains was divided into more than 10 sections, and each section was occupied according to their strength. The indigo lions were the most powerful, so they occupied the largest area, including the largest meteorite in the entire heavenly plains. It could even be called a meteorite. With a diameter of nearly 10,000 feet, it had almost reached the limit of attraction of a large planet, and was also a symbol of status. This meteorite did not always belong to the indigo lions, but it was seized from the white lions after the indigo lions completely converted to Buddhism. This was a long history, and it was nothing to the lions. The strong stayed, and the weak went. This was the normal rhythm of cultivation creatures. 3 lions stood at the top of the meteorite, looking around proudly. Their green manes looked incomparably powerful under the wind of the universe. Their resolute eyes, focused gaze, and valiant bodies. It had to be said that the eminent monks of Buddhism had a good eye. This thing's appearance was not bad, and together with the eminent monks, it could be said that they complemented each other and added to their power. Generally, the ancient beasts were not used to transforming into human form. It was not that they did not have the ability, but that there was no need to. They were different from the void beasts. The void beasts were the real ones that would stay in one form for their entire life. They would always be in their original form and would never change. The indigo lion looked at the guests. Almost half of the fellow Taoists of heavenly planes have arrived. Seeing that the time has come, some fellows are still dawdling. Aren't they afraid of being scolded by the masters? The indigo lion reminded, don't rush, don't rush. The masters are not here yet. If the lions come too early, it will be difficult to restrain them. Big brother, didn't we agree? This time, there are eminent monks coming to the Lions' Roar conference. Why is there no movement until now? There are only 3 of us. I'm afraid that we are not strong enough. I'm afraid that half of them will run away. The leading indigo lion said in a muffled voice, why worry? Since the eminent monks have agreed, then they will definitely come. Since the Lions' Roar conference was held, do you remember when the eminent monks failed to show up? What I want to know is, which eminent monk is coming to give a lecture this time? Are you familiar with him or a stranger? Hundreds of years ago, the Lions' Roar meeting of the indigo lions usually did not have any eminent monks coming to preach Buddhism. There were only occasional ones. However, ever since the signs of the collapse of the Great Way were obvious, there were changes. Almost every Lions' Roar meeting would have eminent monks coming to preach Buddhism. This was also to speed up the assimilation of the Tianyuan lions' beliefs. It should be said that the Buddhists were very hardworking and could endure hardships. They were much stronger than the lazy and unruly Taoist. With the presence of a human senior monk, the effect of the Lions' Roar assembly was very different. It was much more profound than the half-understood Buddhist teachings of the indigo lions. However, the azure lions didn't actually know who was in charge of the Lions' Roar assembly. There were too many Buddhist legacies in the Heaven's Choice continent, and there were also many places that needed to be taken care of. Furthermore, humans were a race that liked to take turns assigning tasks, so there wouldn't be a situation where a monk was specifically in charge of a group of mutated beasts. When different monks came, they would also bring different schools of Buddhist teachings, which was beneficial to widen the horizons of the lions. Of course, what the lions didn't know was that a selfish race like humans would not allow a certain sect or person to control the power of the lions alone. The power of the ancient mutated beasts should belong to the entire Buddhist sect, and not to a specific temple or courtyard. There was still some chaos on the meteorite. Dozens of lions were entangled with each other. Even if there was no enmity between them, there would always be territorial disputes. It had never stopped. Creatures like the primordial lions were naturally aggressive, fearing the strong and bullying the weak. The reason why they were more inclined towards the Buddhist sect was because these mutated beasts had a very human nature, hypocrisy. They looked arrogant and dignified, but their tendency to pursue profits was a very strange contrast. Fortunately, although the lion roars were unceasing, they were still at the stage of baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They hadn't really bitten down. However, if the human senior monk didn't come for a long time, it would be very difficult for the azure lions to completely control them. Even if they added in the manticore and flower lions who were closer to them, it still wouldn't be enough. At this moment, a young monk with big sleeves fluttering in the wind floated over from the distant end of the heavenly plains. He was very unfamiliar, but it was also reasonable. There were millions of Buddhist disciples in the Heaven's Choice continent. How could the lions recognize him? Saying that this monk was young was not entirely based on his appearance, but also his cultivation realm. This monk was only a bodhisattva, which was a bit weak. However, in the previous Lion's Roar assembly, bodhisattvas came more often than Buddhas. After all, they came to preach scriptures and spread Buddhism, not to fight. The 3 azure lions immediately went up to greet him. Although the senior monk was a bit low in rank, the things he represented were different after all. It was not something that a mere pride of lions could look down on. Azure Dipper, Azure Minister, and Azure Sect greet the Great Master. Lu Yuan was untrustworthy. Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you. How should I address the Great Master? Which sect's inheritance is it? The young monk was all smiles. His bald head was shining brightly, and the 7 spots on his head were like 7 little stars. It was exceptionally obvious. Monks having precept scars was a new thing. In the past, shaving was rare, but now that shaving was common, precept scars began to appear. There were no rigid requirements, and each sect was determined by their own. Generally speaking, the sects with precept scars were ascetic sects that served Buddhism with sincerity. When receiving precepts, they had to burn scabs on their heads, which was called ruo ding by Buddhists. They had to light a few pagoda-shaped incense sticks on their heads and let them burn until they were extinguished. This was to show their sincerity of willing to use their flesh as incense to burn and worship Buddha. This humble monk, Jiao comes from the origin world. I happened to pass by Dongji Heavenly Plains and heard about the Buddhists and lions. My heart was filled with sorrow, lamenting the boundless power of Buddhism. Therefore, I specially came here to listen. I am willing to do my best to add an incense stick and a tile to the path of Buddhist friends. A monk from the origin world? The 3 green lions were not angry but happy, and hurriedly received him warmly. It was said that foreign monks liked to recite sutras. They yearned for all kinds of anti-space creatures in the origin world. Even the void beasts could go to the origin world in groups, not to mention the ancient beasts with higher intelligence and more accepting of the human cultivation world. The key was that they had no chance to come in contact with them. The monks in the origin world were generally fixed on the sea route and rarely deviated. Dongji Heavenly Plains was relatively remote, so no monks from the origin world had ever visited here. This young monk was the first one in 10,000 years, which was of great significance. Although Jiao only had the cultivation of bodhisattva, he came from Buddhism and came from the origin world. Therefore, the green lions treated him with respect and did not dare to look down on him. Qingxiong laughed. We are anxiously waiting for Guru, but Master Jiao came uninvited. This is fate. Why don't you host the Lion's Roar assembly this time, so that we can also experience the true essence of Buddhism in the origin world? Thoughts move in a hurry. Since there is no feeling, it takes a long time to retract it. Naturally, the heart is upright. When the heart is upright, it is still. When it is still, there is no desire. Why are you in a hurry to wait? The monk spat out lotus flowers. For a moment, the power of merit faintly flowed. He was really a virtuous man. He deserved to be a true bodhisattva from the origin world. His insight was exquisite. Chapter 1105. The 3 perfected monarch lions no longer had any doubts. Although they didn't recognize him, the realm of Buddhism couldn't be faked. There was no doubt that he was an impostor. Moreover, the master spoke clearly and didn't avoid the fact that he came from the autonomous world. This kind of determination was worthy of respect. Just in the realm of Bodhisattva, he dared to cross the space and deviate from the sea route to come to the remote and hidden Tianyuan, just to see the native beasts who were devoted to Buddhism. This was something that only a senior monk with great perseverance could do. Monk Jiao was given the main seat and sat with the other monarch lions. He talked and behaved naturally and humorously as if he was in his own temple. He ignored the aura of realms that the lions around him occasionally revealed as if they were nothing. Under the flow of merit, it was as if he wasn't facing a group of perfected monarchs who were beyond his realm, but a group of disciples who had just entered Buddhism. This kind of demeanor, this kind of Buddhist heart, made the lions who weren't interested in Buddhism admire him. There was only Buddha in their hearts, and everything else was indifferent. Walking, living, and lying, the pure heart was unmoved, truly becoming a pure land, known as Samadhi, true Buddha. As they chatted, the Tianyuan lions gradually gathered. The lions didn't have the complicated formalities of humans and went straight to the point, respectfully asking the master of the main world to explain Buddhism to everyone. Monk Jiaoxing didn't decline. He was here to do this anyway. He could use this opportunity to promote the Buddhism of the autonomous world to the natives of the anti-space. Buddhism was one body, but the interactions between the two worlds were limited. After a long period of development, it was inevitable that they would deviate from each other. The foundation was the same, but the emphasis was different. This was also a normal path. Comparatively speaking, because Heaven's Choice continent relied more on Tao tablets, it was more conservative and inflexible in Buddhism. The Tao tablets wouldn't change, so the things that the cultivators comprehended would be more or less the same, as if it was new after a long time, never deviating from the direction of ancient Buddhism. The monks of the origin world were different. They didn't have tablets of the great Tao, so they could often innovate and bring forth new things in Buddhism. As they walked, there was a huge difference between them and the Buddhism inheritance of the Heaven's Choice continent. The monks of the Heaven's Choice prided themselves on being pure and orthodox, while the monks of the origin world prided themselves on being able to keep up with the times. In fact, this was not only the case for Buddhism, but also for Taoism. Because of the existence of the tablets of the great Tao all over the Heaven's Choice continent, it was destined that the cultivators of the two worlds would have different opinions. Standing on the high platform, Monk Jiaoxing was about to speak when he heard a Buddhist chant coming from outside Tianyuan. In the blink of an eye, a fat monk came chanting. Everywhere he went, golden lotuses appeared and he traveled through the space filled with cosmic shockwaves as if he was walking on flat ground. This move might not be as brilliant as Jiaoxing monk's. Jiaoxing monk was silent, but this monk was accompanied by golden lotuses. In terms of momentum, it was a level higher. This was the true essence of spreading Buddha. Azure Dipper was overjoyed. Senior monk Heaven's Choice has arrived. The pride of lions went up and greeted them. The person who came was also a bodhisattva named Zhenyang. He was an experienced old bodhisattva who had been to Dongji Tianyuan before. This was his second time here. Because of a small accident on the way, he was delayed. As soon as he arrived, he saw Monk Jiaoxing sitting on the main seat and was very confused. After Azure Dipper explained a little, although his expression did not change, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Even if they were all Buddhists, they all had their own territories. If a monk from the main world wanted to reform a group of wild beasts, then he had nothing to say. But you came to meddle with the pride of lions that had been summoned. What was going on? You crossed the line. Although he was vigilant in his heart, he could not show it on his face. He had to be extra close to express the tradition of Buddhists. Zhenyang of Heaven's Choice Elephant Trunk Temple, how should I address you, junior brother? I am Jiaoxing of Daybreak Heavy Mountain Temple. Greetings, senior brother. The space is vast. It is also fate that we have such a meeting. Junior brother, I came here rashly because I heard that the pride of Tianyuan lions is wholeheartedly devoted to Buddha. I came here to take a look. Senior brother, please take a seat. Of course, senior brother will host the Lion Roar meeting this time. Although Jiaoxing said that, his body did not make any modest movements. Zhenyang also understood that he was just a bodhisattva with limited cultivation in the main world. Although they were in the same realm, their cultivation was far from each other. If he wanted to show his existence here, he did not mind teaching him a lesson. It doesn't matter who hosts. Since junior brother is here, why don't the two of us host it together? If the pride of lions have any questions during the discussion of Buddha, Wouldn't it be more comprehensive with you and me, who are Buddhists from both worlds? That's good too. I was just about to ask senior brother. The lion roar meeting this time gave the Pride of Azure lions a lot of face. Two eminent monks came all of a sudden, one from the main world and one from the main world. It was really a big face. It also made the pride below quiet. Both of them could not be offended. One was the backer of the negative space, and the other was the backer of the main world in the future. Who dared to say that they would not go to the main world in the future? Especially when the new era began, there would definitely be a big change. More friends meant more paths, more backers meant more support. The Pride of Azure Lions was very clear about this. Amitabha. Light is good. It surpasses the brightness of the sun and moon by 1,000 times. The supremacy of light, the king of Buddhas. Therefore, the Amateus Buddha is also known as the Amateus Light Buddha, the Boundless Light Buddha, the Unhindered Light Buddha, the Unequaled Light Buddha, the Light of Wisdom, the Light of Everlasting Illumination, the Light of Tranquility, the Light of Joy, the Light of Liberation, the Light of Tranquility, and the Light of Tranquility. Such light illuminates the world in all directions. He began to recite the mantra, his tongue flowed like lotus flowers, his cadence, and the melodious sound of Buddha. It was obvious that he was preaching to Buddha. He had a perfect grasp of the rhythm, causing the lions below to be intoxicated. Of course, some really understood, and some were purely joining in on the fun. Other lions can understand, but I can't. It was too embarrassing, so he was putting on airs. Once Zhen Yang started speaking, his mouth flowed like a river, and he only stopped after a full 2 hours. Of course, if he had to continue speaking, it would not be a problem for him to speak for a day and a night, or even 10 days and 10 nights. However, for the sake of politeness, he had to take care of the other host's face. He was not really taking care of the face of this main world peer, but if he spoke alone, he would not be able to attract a topic, let alone show his ability. Zen needed to be debated. If one talked endlessly, and the other was a man of few words, it would seem that he was shallow. He turned to look beside him, only to see that this junior brother from the main world had his eyes slightly closed, as if he was sleeping. His soul was wandering outside the sky, and there was no reaction at all. He could not help but remind him softly, "Junior brother, wake up." Jiaoxing monk seemed to be really sleeping. After a slight pause, he opened his mouth and said, "Are you done reciting?" Jin Yang felt a surge of anger rising from his heart. Was this bird secretly mocking him for reciting Buddhist scriptures? Before he could respond, Jiaoxing monk spoke. Senior brother Zhan Yang recited it very well. "I can't recite it. I only have one sentence. Amitabha is the most convenient. It doesn't take any effort or money. If you can think continuously, you won't have to worry about not being able to reach the Guardian King." Chapter 1106. The Lion's Roar assembly in Tianyuan was strange in every way. This was because after Zhenyan Bodhisattva spoke for 2 hours, Jiaoxing Bodhisattva would only say one line. However, his line went straight to the core. It was simple and clear, plain and true. In short, it was very down-to-earth. Zhenyan Bodhisattva was full of mystery. This was originally the secret of Buddha's preaching. How could it be understood by the audience below? If they understood it, what was the point of having a master? Therefore, the Buddha lions like the indigo lions could at least understand 30% to 40% of the story, while the others who had a bit of a Buddha's heart could only understand 10% to 20%. As for those who came to make a show of the story, they could only understand 1 or 2 sentences. However, Jiaoxing Bodhisattva's line could be understood by all the lions. It was simple and contained the Supreme Buddha's truth. It didn't make people feel that it was crude, and it made people feel even more unfathomable. After a long time, even the usually rough Pride of Lions could see that the 2 senior monks in charge seemed to be competing. They didn't feel that there was anything special about it, or that there was something wrong. Instead, they became energetic. This was the nature of the ferocious lions. They were born to fight and fight for everything. Therefore, They didn't really accept a slow and peaceful preaching of Buddha. Now, it was very good. The two monks had a knot in their hearts and wanted to see who was better. This was what they liked to see. They were willing to add bricks and tiles to it. Yes, add oil and vinegar, and fan the flames. The preaching of Buddha usually took a few days, but this time, it was a little rushed. The monks of the main world were eccentric. Monk Tianzi wanted to enter the debate stage directly, and the audience naturally wanted to see the liveliness of the battle of words. With everyone's cooperation, the preaching of Buddha couldn't continue, and it quickly entered the debate stage. If there was a debate, there must be a reason. Of course, the lions below would ask questions, and the senior monks above would explain. The same Buddha's truth, but different directions would naturally have different answers. May I ask, how to become a Buddha? A red lion shook its head and wagged its tail. The Buddha's heart is like the void. He gives up everything and doesn't covet anything he does. If you can know your own heart, you can train your thoughts. If you don't stop, you will see your Buddha nature. The incantation was concise and comprehensive, and he also understood a little. If he said too much, these animals might not understand, and it would be a waste of effort, so he also started to be concise. If you want to learn Buddhism, you have to be a man of steel. If you touch the heart, you will be judged. Go straight for the supreme body. Don't care about anything. Jiaoxing still said smoothly, "Excuse me, can one judge a book by its cover? For example, the green lion is more like it, but I, the white lion, don't have the fate of Buddha." A white lion did not forget to sow discord even now. True Buddhists observe their own hearts and understand Buddha within, and do not seek the outside. Mindfulness of formlessness, mindfulness of inaction, that is to learn Buddhism. Xinjiang was still very capable, and his understanding of Buddhism was very deep. On the naked flesh, everyone has the ancient Buddhist style. Vairocana, Vairocana, patriarch bowed his nose everywhere. Monk Jiaoxing was still glib. How do we talk about killing? A black lion shouted. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Take the other person's life and fall into hell. Xinjiang's answer was the standard answer of Buddhism, and it was a little hypocritical. Of course, Taoists would also answer like this. Sending someone to reincarnate, my hand has a lingering fragrance. This life is difficult, so I will enjoy it alone. Monk Jiaoxing's answer was becoming more and more excessive, starting to deviate from the roots of Buddhism. However, one had to say that it suited the appetite of the lions. Xinjiang could not take it anymore. Junior brother, if you speak so bluntly, you will destroy the thousands of years of teachings of heaven's choice. The Buddhism of the main world is becoming more and more extreme, and there is no trace of the compassion of Buddha. If you continue to speak nonsense, don't blame me for punishing you on behalf of Buddha. You can't argue with reason, and you can't argue with Buddha. Since senior brother wants to argue with junior brother, how should we argue? We have already argued in literature, and only martial arguments are left. Protecting Buddha and protecting the sect is our responsibility. Since senior brother has suggested it, then let's do it. The lions below cheered loudly. This was something to see. What was the use of just talking? Getting started was the real deal. Among them, only the 3 green lions vaguely felt uneasy, but they did not know where the uneasiness came from. They, the green lions, were the most unwilling to see 2 eminent monks arguing at the Lion Roar meeting. This was a failure as a master. Of course, the other lions were mostly just watching the fun. However, the current situation seemed to be a bit difficult to get off. The 2 eminent monks were not giving way, and the crowd of onlookers were making a ruckus. What else could they do to completely eliminate this dispute? It seemed that it was not clear who started the dispute. Xinjiang had been aggressive, and Jiaoxing had been giving tit for tat. Neither of them was innocent. Qing Xiong asked, "Big brother, what should we do? We can't really let the eminent monks fight at the Buddhist meeting, right? It's easy to say, but it doesn't sound good. If this starts and becomes a habit, how can the Lion Roar meeting be held in the future?" Qing Zong also said, "Why don't we, as the masters, find an excuse to separate them. Ching Xiong was in a difficult position. Masters? When are we masters in front of Buddhist disciples? Our face is very limited. Besides, what excuse should we find? Our 3 mouths are not enough for one of them to spit at us. Qing Gang stopped their quarrel. After all, he was the big brother, and he had experience and intelligence. He quickly came up with a compromise plan. We can't let them fight directly. As the saying goes, if you ride a tiger, it's hard to get off. They are all bodhisattvas of Buddhism. They will never be weak in front of us Lion Clan. They can only fight harder and harder, and in the end, they can't be stopped. We need to find a medium to separate them. It's also good to have a way out. Qing Zong moved his lion brain. Medium? Where can we find it? There are only us Lion Clan here. Who would be willing? They don't agree with each other internally, so they want us Lion Clan to work hard. Qing Xiong's brain worked faster. Big brother, do you mean we should take this opportunity to solve some problems in Tianyuan? For example, between us and the White Lion Clan? Qing Gang nodded. Third brother's brain works fast. That's right. Think about that White Lion Clan. Ever since we, the Green Lion Clan, took over the Tianyuan territory, they have been unconvinced. They don't follow Buddhism and don't want to be educated. They are always against us, thinking about how to restore their glory in Tianyuan. In my opinion, why don't we take this opportunity, with all the lions as witnesses, and borrow the hands of the eminent monk to get rid of them? The Lion Clan shouldn't kill each other, at least on the surface. If we really do it, it might cause the other Lion Clans to have a common enemy. But if the human eminent monk makes a move, and it's a battle to prove Buddhism that everyone wants to see, even if something happens, no one will blame our Green Lion Clan. The other 2 Green Lions nodded, calling it a brilliant plan. Qing Zong asked, then, which side do we choose to stand on? Chapter 1107. Of course we're on Jinyang's side. Qing Gang said without hesitation. There was nothing strange about this. After all, they had been in contact with the Heaven's Choice Buddhism for thousands of years and had a close relationship with each other. They had also established a certain level of trust. As for the foreign monk from the origin world, they could only give up on him for now. Besides, if he really wanted to put the blame on them, this foreign monk might not necessarily blame the Azure Lion tribe. The internal strife of the Buddhist sect was the main reason. That was for sure. When the time passed and they were more careful, he might not really bear a grudge against them. Humans were all prideful. As long as the 2 monks did not cause any problems here, the Lion tribe would not get into trouble. Qing Gang passed on their ideas to Jinyang. Of course, the specific method was also decided by the 2 senior monks. Other than a bloody battle, the Lion Clan really couldn't think of anything new that could determine the winner without hurting the harmony and the lives of the Lion Clan. Humans were far more adept than other races at this kind of fancy work of performing Dharma and proving Buddha. Jinyang knew what to do. Looking at the annoying guy next to him, he decided to teach him an unforgettable lesson. He had to let him understand that this was the negative space, the world of the Heaven's Choice cultivators. These egomaniacs from the origin world could not criticize here. What method should he use? It had to be related to the Buddhist classics. He could not just let the lions bite each other with their mouths and claws, right? How could he show the benevolence of the Buddhist sect? In ancient times, there was a Buddha who cut his flesh and fed it to the eagles. That was when the Buddha was still in his mortal body and could not be compared to us now. Let's compete in purification. Each of us will choose 3 heads of the lion tribe. You and I will cut Buddha's power and inject it into them. Let's see what the limit of Buddha's power is. Every time we inject it, every time we dig a bag, until the lion tribe cannot take it anymore. How about it? Everyone knew the story of the Buddha cutting his flesh to feed the eagles to save the pigeons. Only when he cut off the last piece of his flesh was the same weight as the pigeons and satisfied the eagles. This could be understood as a test from the heavenly axiom to the Buddha. The heavenly axiom finally approved of the heavenly axiom because he had the great determination to sacrifice himself for a righteous cause. Of course, It was impossible for the current cultivators to pick up the leftovers. It was meaningless and too pretentious. However, many methods of fighting Buddhism were derived from this. For example, what Shenyang said was a very famous method of using the body of a third party to compete in Dharma. To be specific, each of them would choose several lions, and the two of them would transfer their Buddhist energy to the lions they chose. During this process, they were not allowed to use other methods to replenish their Buddhist energy. It was like Buddha cutting his own flesh. Every piece of flesh he cut was a piece less. Buddhist energy cut was a naku less. There were many aspects of this competition that could comprehensively measure a monk's attainments in the Buddhist Dharma. For example, whose Dharma was more profound? Whose Dharma was purer? Whose Dharma is more inspiring? Even if it was the same Buddhist energy, those who were not proficient enough in Buddhism, such as the ancient beasts, would be able to withstand it. When the Buddhist energy passed through them, it would be like scratching an itch, as if they did not feel it at all. Or, they could completely rely on the accumulation of Buddhist power. The more they passed through, the more difficult it would be for the lions to bear. For the pride of true monarchs, this was a very good method. They didn't have to think too much about the after effects after the Buddhist power entered their bodies, because their realm was one level higher than bodhisattvas. Moreover, if they had the heart to follow Buddha, having the Buddhist power enter their bodies would actually be a huge boost to their cultivation in Buddhist Dharma. It was also beneficial. The standard of victory and defeat was which lion could not bear it first. The lion that monk Jiaoxing was in charge of couldn't bear it. This meant that his realm in Buddhist Dharma was not small. It was victory. The lion that Zhenyan Bodhisattva was in charge of could hold on. This meant that his Buddhist power had a limited effect on the lion. It was defeat. There was a very crucial quantitative standard in this naku, or ma bag. The world of cultivation in this world was different from the world of science. There were very few quantitative standard units. For example, Buddhist power and Dharma power. What was used to measure it? Jin, ton, jun, bumpy. It didn't seem to be suitable. Cultivators were used to using upper, middle, and lower grade, high, middle, and low grade to describe it. However, they were still unable to establish a more accurate quantitative standard among cultivators. If they wanted to find one, there was one. The Daoist called it naku. Buddhism called it ma bag. The naku ma bag was the amount of energy required to build up a storage ring that was about 10 feet square in size. The naku ma bag was the amount of energy required to build a naku ma bag. Whether it was Buddhist power or Taoist Dharma power, they could all be used to measure the level of their cultivation. For example, if a certain Taoist Jiao could build a storage ring space of 10,000 feet square in one go without taking any elixir or medicine, then the depth of his cultivation could be understood as 10,000 naku. A certain monk could build a storage ring space of 20,000 naku in one go, which meant 20,000 naku. His cultivation was twice as high as that of a certain Taoist Jiao. This was a theoretical comparison system. In fact, there were very few applications in the world of cultivation. It was not operable. There were many examples of low naku cultivators defeating and killing high naku cultivators. It was too broad. Because there were too many factors that affected the cultivation strength, the application was very limited. Then, Zhenyan Bodhisattva's suggestion of one ma bag and one ma bag was more suitable in this specific situation. Of course, the competition between the two of them had to have certain rules. How to measure the rules? Just use the ma bag. Each of them had to transfer a bag of Buddhist power to the lion they were facing at one time. This was the standard. If the lions were fine, then they would continue to transfer until one of the lions couldn't bear it and felt that there might be a problem with its spirit under the influence of the Buddhist power. Then, you would win. The Buddhist power of a real eminent monk, even if it was just a bag, contained countless exquisite Buddhist principles. It had endless changes and was incomparably profound. Even strange beasts might not be able to bear it. But now, these two monks were only called eminent monks, which was a respectful title given to them by others. They were far from reaching this level. The Tao state power contained in a bag of Buddhist power was also very limited. Especially in front of the monarch lion, this was a competition of endurance, which was a comprehensive competition of the two monks' strength. Monk Jiaoxing was still smiling like a loser, which made people want to teach him a lesson. The guest should follow the host's wishes. Senior brother, do whatever you say. I don't care. Zhenyan sneered in his heart. You will cry. But the smile on his face was still there. Okay, in this way, in order to determine the winner as soon as possible, and also in order to make it fair for an individual, each of us will transfer Buddhist power to 3 lion friends at the same time. What do you think? Okay. 3, 5, 10, 8, it doesn't matter. Monk Jiaoxing was still carefree, looking like he deserved a beating. Zhenyan was not angry. Among the lions present, the green lions have the strongest Buddhist power endurance. They are the most inclined to Buddha. I won't take advantage of junior brother. I will transfer Buddhist power to the 3 green lions to show my sincerity. What do you think? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.